And then I'm going to click on this button. Maybe. I always have to go in here and change the privacy to public. So let's see. I made some changes to the chat thing. Just see how it comes out. If it comes out. Not hearing anything. Can't post messages to some channels. So I don't know what that means. And it's not conversing with me like it's supposed to. Let me go check on something real quick. There's like nobody watching anyway, so it works out. Second view on Twitch. Connecting. See, it should be messaging, text to speech. That should be working. I don't know. Let me click on this. Where was that? Bed, maybe? No. This all looks fine. Go back. I think it was under. It's not showing up in here now. Appearance. Well, that's very interesting that it is not showing up. It was in here earlier. Bot, maybe? No. Well, that was a good idea. Poorly executed. I'm not going to concern myself with it anymore. It might be a feature on the PC only. I don't know. I'm trying to use my phone to do the text-to-speech stuff. I thought I had it working, but I was testing on my computer, not my phone. So that could be part of the problem. Texan Space Agency is on. I'm curious, there is a bot in Restream that will, it's supposed to relay the messages back and forth. I think it will not relay messages to Facebook, though. Josh Helton is on from Facebook. This is the best place for people to watch from, Facebook, YouTube, etc. I would say not Facebook, but YouTube, honestly. Or I heard Twitch looks good, but your mileage may vary. I don't know. I don't know much about it, though. You see a bot reading YouTube. Cool. I don't know if that's working well. Cool. Right on. Yeah, so the text-to-speech thing, when I go into the settings on the chat app, that feature's not, it doesn't show up on my phone, but it was on my computer, and it was working. I could hear it. I was testing it earlier today, so I don't know why. I was hoping, because I have two phones in here, and I keep one on my Bluetooth sound system, so I was hoping to be able to play the comments through the sound system without having to constantly read the damn things. But hey, it is what it is. Is there really a best way to watch you? Naked. It's the best way to watch me. You being naked, not me. Nobody wants to see that. So I got a fire going. I got a couple of things I was working on. This thing. see if you can see this thing or not. This is actually a hook for my anvil stand here. This actually will get cut to an appropriate size. I still need to fix this, but then this drops down, and then this hooks over the front rack, and then this provides a hook for me to hang my brush on. I let this get cold when I bent it, and I noticed a crack started to form. So I think what I'm gonna do before I continue working on this is grind that out and weld it up, and then forge it from there and see how things go. I don't want to have to remake this. There's nothing exciting about making this damn thing. But anyways, that's where that is. It's almost done. Everything's sized appropriately from what I could tell. I mean, I won't know until I go to drop this actually in the hole, which is not in the stand yet. I got to drill that out. I'll probably do that tomorrow. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Yeah, I might do it tomorrow. Anyways, I'm hoping, hang on, I want to read these comments real quick. Was more asking once he started making more videos in which feed offered the best advantages like Restream. Yeah, I would say YouTube is probably the best bet right now. I don't know. Twitch, I don't know how, there's like some advertising stuff that goes on there that I don't know anything about. So your mileage may vary there. YouTube seems to be fine, and I can save the YouTube videos off for later, which is cool. And then Restream also grants me the ability to download the whole recording. If I can record off my device that's sitting here, but I can also just download it straight from Restream, which I did last night to one of them, or this morning to one of them. I grabbed because I wanted to grab that, and then I wanted to take a clip out of that and then do something, and then I realized I don't know shit about editing software, so I'm gonna have to do some YouTube University tomorrow. Does Restream send Twitch comments to YouTube? I don't know. So somebody that's watching YouTube, if you can see the comments, I don't know if it's pasting comments from Twitch into YouTube or not. There was a bot that said it would do that stuff. I had a feeling it wasn't going to work with Facebook because Facebook is stupid, to be honest. So yeah, I guess it is. It is definitely doing that. And I believe it is also taking the YouTube comments and posting them in Twitch. So from that standpoint, at least those two are talking correctly. So, oh, you are seeing Facebook. So I think the Facebook one is, if you're on Facebook, you can't see, it's not posting those to Facebook is I don't know that though. I suppose I could look. I mean, geez, come on, Rob, you're supposed to be a pro. So I see, yeah, I'm not, whoops, I clicked on the wrong damn thing. So I'm only showing 4 comments on Facebook, which tells me it's not posting, it's taking the comments from Facebook, but it's not posting the Twitch and YouTube comments in Facebook, which I suspected would be a problem, which is fine. To be honest, I'll probably continue to push it out to Facebook, but it's not going to be a focus, I don't think. And I never really planned it to. I used Facebook out of convenience. So yeah, it sounds like the thing I really need to figure out now is the text to speech thing, which I'll play with more this week. It just, so currently, I don't, the way I have to do this currently is, well, actually I don't have to do it this way. Let me do this. So what I'm doing now, and I might just get a cheap tablet for this and probably make it a little easier, but it's still based off the Android software. So, and it's not, So this is my view typically, right? So this is what I'm seeing, and I was hoping that I could take this information and send it to the Bluetooth uh, receiver, and then get the text to speech to work. But that does not appear to be working. I don't. It looks like it's probably something that's running off of the PC that I don't know about, because that option's not even in the list when I pull it up on my phone. The bot's there. I can filter stuff, appearance, embedding, but the notifications are not there. And that's where it was at, under notifications. So that's fine. I'll figure it out. So the big thing for me has been I don't want to bring a laptop out here if I can help it, or build a machine. If I do something like that, I can protect it to a degree, but I don't want something I have to take inside all the time. If I have to drag stuff back and forth a lot, I can guarantee you I won't do it. I'll lose motivation really quick. This is easy because most of the stuff lives out here, and all I have to do is take it out of the cases, hook it up to the tripods, and I'm pretty much ready to go. And then the device I use, I can just press a button, and then boom, it goes and does its thing, and I don't have to worry about anything else. The only thing there is I made a configuration change on it yesterday, thinking that I could work on the audio a little bit, and somehow managed to turn the audio completely off. So what was funny is I had everything hooked up, and I had to run back into the house and jump on my PC so I could reconfigure it. I can do that over the Ethernet. Reconfigure it, and then come back out here and make sure everything is looking good. I just, as far as cheap, dedicated shop computers, why I'm opposed to it, it adds complexity to a system that I don't necessarily feel needs it. It's more crap that I have to plug in. And then I know me enough to know, being an IT/band nerd that I am, I will have a server rack out here in no time flat, loaded with gear that I've got to cart around. So this kind of forces me out of the box a little bit to think of different ways to do things. So the ATEM Mini Pro makes life really easy. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I just prefer not to. Not to mention, my shop is filthy. Everything in here gets covered in coal dust at some point in time. It's just a matter of fact. Not to mention, machining, steel shavings, swarth everywhere. It's damp out here all the time. So it's just something it's just stuff that I've got to deal with. So here's another thing I got to deal with, is my damn phone going into blackout mode. But yeah, it's just one more thing. I haven't ruled it out. Like I said, the chat overlay stuff that I want to do, from what I've seen, the ATEM combined with OBS is really the way to go with that. So I would like to have the chat on screen, to be honest. Just kind of going by for the casual viewer that doesn't want to sit there with their phone or tablet or at their desk. They can just see it, and go. Yeah, I mean, so like in my shop being the way it is, the other problem I have is squirrels, gophers, mice, cats getting into all this. I'd have to make sure that it's something that they couldn't easily get into. And when you're dealing with mice, that can be a problem, which is why I welcomed Shopcat. I haven't seen Shopcat in a few days, so hopefully the coyotes didn't get a hold of her, or him, whichever it may be. We'll see. The coyotes were actually it sounded like they were less than 200 feet that way. So I'm armed tonight, just in case. They typically don't mess with humans, but you get a coy dog or two into that pack, and you never know what could happen. So I brought my trusty friend, Mr. Glock, in tonight, just in case. you know, because I want to be bit. Dinner time, right on. Well, enjoy. As far as the stream tonight, this is another thing. My goal is to do Wednesday night streams, probably starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As far as schedules go, man, I tell you what, this phone is gonna drive me nuts. I'm gonna have to switch back to the other doodad. Let me go back into the app. The app didn't seem like it would time out like that. So anyways, so yeah, back to streaming wise, my goal, I know it's not Wednesday night. I'm looking to do Wednesday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time is my typical stream schedule. And then I'll do stuff like this just sporadically whenever I feel like it, to be honest. So tonight, I haven't forged in a while. I feel like it's been a month since I forged, which is not true, but it feels that way. And I finally got some rail spikes from my buddy Paul. He was kind enough to bring some over last week, or over to Kurt Fehrenbach's shop. And we went from there, and let's see, I did a test piece last week. I don't know what I did with it. And I think I drew that out 21 something inches, 21 and an eighth is sticking in my head for some reason. It was an oddball number. I want to say it was 21 and 8. Anyway, let's just say 21. I drew it out 21 inches total. And then the way is my understanding, the way this challenge works is you measure your spike, right? So you measure your rail spike, which I have here. It even has an R on it, so you know it's a rail spike. Excuse me. So I have this handy dandy rail spike. I will measure it before I start, and then I will draw it out. And then you take your total length and subtract what you started with, and then that gives you the amount based off of the information I have received. The other piece of information I have received was they wanted it to be a nice, clean taper. I will do that, but my problem with that is it can be very subjective as to what a nice, clean taper is. And this is amongst friends, so I'm not expecting drama. But when you do like a competition like that, so Daniel, I've looked at the measurements that people have posted saying 13 to blah blah. Well, they're actually, if they're based off the rule that I saw and based off what I was told, they need to subtract the length of the spike. So they're really only drawing that out 7.5 inches, 8 inches tops. I don't think anybody's actually done 8. So that was my understanding of that ruling. That could be wrong, but based off of what the pictures I've seen, yeah, it's an interesting approach. I mean, I don't know that it really matters. I mean, if you start with whatever, I guess because rail spikes can be different sizes, maybe that's why they're doing it like that. But, oh, let me get out my trusty, handy, super duper cigar lighter. This is not the one. Where is it? Yeah, this is the one I'm going to use, but I made a stainless one. But anyways, they're talking about making them clean tapers, nice clean tapers. And again, I'm going to do that. I don't have a problem doing that. My problem with it is it can be very subjective, right? Like Rob's version, and by the way, this isn't just this competition. This goes for curriculum level 1, Abana curriculum. You guys would not want me judging your curricula level 1 stuff because most of the stuff I've seen, I would fail. It's not that it's bad, it's just there's things that I've seen that, you know, in my opinion, they're not, it's not that they're wrong, but when you do a bend, right, or you do, if you bend a piece around, like you do this hook, right? So when I evaluate this hook, and it's not a great hook, it's not a great hook. I mean, but I will point out, if you look at it closely, and you might not, I tried to move the camera too this time to see if I can capture the light better when I show stuff. But if you look at the bend here, you notice there are no hammer marks in it from me bashing it around the horn. That's something as an instructor I would be looking. I might not fail you for it, but I'm definitely going to point it out. The same with like tools. If I see a tool, and I've seen a few this way, you make a tool and it's got all these valleys in it, and it's, hey Jen, it's got all these valleys and stuff in it. In my mind, that's no bueno. I want to see nice, smooth tooling. You know, I don't want to see where, you know, honey, do I have a tool like that? I mean, I don't have a tool where it's got the valleys in it, but like this. Here's a great example. This is a good tool. I think Mark Ling made this tool. This doesn't look like one of mine. Either Mark or Brian made this. But what you'll see here on these flats, on some, right, not this one, but on some of them, you'll see a valley in the middle, a hollow. And that's the last thing I want to see, is a hollow in your work. You know, it means you didn't dress it out. You could have dressed that out. Hell, you could have filed it off if you wanted to, but as long as I'm not seeing it. I don't know if I have an example of what that looks like, but you guys, I think, you guys have been around long enough to know what that looks like. But on your tools, I don't want to see hollows in your tooling. You know, to me, that's shoddy workmanship, and you can do. I know you can do better, so do better. When you're presenting your work to be judged, in my opinion, it needs to be the best you can produce. And I know most any beginner can do that. Dress out hollows. I really wish I had. Not that I'm a great blacksmith by any stretch, but I'm struggling to find like a really turdy piece that I've done, or hell, even something that somebody's left over here. I'm not finding it. But anyways, anytime you're going to do something that's being judged by, you know, people, I mean, I just think that should be your best foot forward. What you use in your own shop, if you don't feel like dressing that out because it just does the job, super duper, man, super duper. No problems there. But if you're going to do it and you're going to present it to somebody, that's where I have an issue with. I have the same issue when it comes to selling stuff. If you're going to sell, here's a great example. If you're going to make a hammer, right? You're going to make a hammer and you're going to sell these hammers to people first of all, who are you selling this hammer to, right? Who's your target audience for a hammer like this? It's going to be a blacksmith. So why, in my opinion, why would you make a hammer that has wobbly cheeks? This does not have that, but you'd make a hammer with wobbly cheeks and just not very good lines and clean lines. That's baffling to me. Now, I can understand if you're going to sell it at a super discounted rate because it's kind of like a second. Yes, it will work, but is it aesthetically pleasing? Not in my world. And I've seen that. I've been to enough shows where I've seen that, where people have, you know, they're trying to sell tools that are just, in my opinion, kind of second rate, and they're asking $200 for it. $200, man, I want that thing to look good. Hey, Jeff. So you know, that's just my opinion on it. The same, you know, if you're trying to replicate something that exists in the world today already, and it looks like that, that's a completely different story. But I'm pretty sure I've got some janky hammers that have made it back to the rack, but I would never, and I mean, I would never part with these because, well, I won't say that, but I would never sell one of these to somebody simply because they're super janky. Like, yeah, look at this guy. This thing is, and this isn't even that bad, to be honest. I've seen way worse. This is one of the first hammers I did. So the lines just aren't great. One side is lower than the other. I don't know how well you can see that. That's not a camera angle. It really is lower than the other. I would never sell this to somebody. That's why it sits on my rack. I don't remember if I did this or oh yeah, it's not square. Look at that bad boy. It's just, but it will hammer. It will work. There's no, I mean, from that point of view, yeah, I mean, it will do the thing. I personally would never sell that. But, and I don't even want to try to begrudge those that do. I just think you should probably be a little bit more realistic with your pricing, in my opinion. You're going to try and sell me that thing for $150, $200. I mean, you better take it back in the shop and do some work, bro. So, anyways, I did this earlier. I was trying to figure out which tongs held the best. I forget. Yeah, John, I'm with you on that one. With like when you're asking, when you're asking Brian Brazil money for a Rob Huff hammer. So this piece, I was trying to figure out so I do not own railroad spike tongs. The best I've got are bolt jaw tongs. And here's the problem with these bolt jaw tongs is they're exceptionally long at the jaw. So when I put a railroad spike in there, I've only got about that much sticking out. I can make that work. That's not a problem. But I would really prefer to be able to hold this way back here and get access to all of that, or a good majority of that. So I did this today, trying to figure out what tongs I could use. So I've got Ultimate tongs, and they're a bit shorter than that. And these hold fine. And as you can see, actually, let me get an actual railroad spike. These will hold fine. Oh, I need to, but I'm still missing a good 2 inches that I could be forging. So like I said, I don't have railroad spike tongs, which is problematic. Now, what I could do, not these tongs, these are too big. If I had, I could resize these, but I'm not going to. Yeah, these are for 3/4 inch. But I could hold it back here and then work this out. But I don't like that. It's not a big deal. The problem with that is there's a lot of extra mass up here. So if I get too thin here, that becomes an issue. Then you're fighting that. So what I came up with for this, my strategy per se, and I don't mind telling people my strategy. I'm simply going to hold it with these tongs. And the reason being is I can get it in here. It gives me a good hold on it. I can put a tong clip on this, and I can forge this out. So my goal here is to forge this out to probably 3/16. Then I'll flip it around and grab it. I've got a pair of tongs that'll hold 3/16 really well. And in fact, that's how I did this. It took me a while to get there. To realize to switch to these. But these hold pretty good at 3/16. And I thought the reins being that far apart was going to be problematic for me, but what I found is I was still able to forge all four sides. I was able to turn it in my hands without any issues. And I will say, and I'm not convinced I'm going to pull that off. Yeah. So I'm not convinced that when I did this, I mean, I'm pretty sure I can beat this length. That's not a problem. Like I said, there was like one heat in here where I was like fumbling with tongs, trying to figure out what tongs to use. But what I really liked about this particular test was I was being very conscious. I don't know if anybody watched me do the warm up. I just had a 6-inch bar of 5/8 that I used last week. But what I had gotten when I was forging that out was a lot of twisting. And I got no twisting in this bar, which made me very happy. I was being very deliberate about paying attention to that as I went. And then I was also trying to get a pretty even taper as I went. So I'm pretty happy with that. But like I said, I know I can do better than this. I was disappointed in the length that I got, but I was happy with the result that I got, if that makes any sense. And then I did record that just for kicks. One of the things I'm going to do after this stream is over, I'm going to do a video on what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, because I don't necessarily think I'm going to talk through that as I go. But I think there's a learning opportunity here, and I fully understand that not everybody can use the edge of their anvils. A lot of people have anvils with really chewed up bad edges. I fully get that. Or some people, Roy, refuse to dress their edges. So using a sharp edge for this type of thing is not a good idea. Roy, speak of the devil. So I fully understand. So, and here's the thing, right? I have nothing against anybody using the horn. I don't even try to proclaim that one, using a good radiused edge, in my opinion, is still more efficient. But what I see a lot of guys doing is, you got like 150, 200 pound anvil and it's strapped to a stump, and then you're working that horn. And what I see is this: the horn and the anvil is just going back and forth, all crazy like. If you're gonna use the horn, at least mount the anvil on a stump that's not moving, or a mounted stand will give you the much better performance if you're going to use the horn. Also, if you're going to use the horn and you want to really break out the straight peen, that will get it done. I'm not doing that. I was actually going to use this on the edge, and I did a couple of test runs with it, and Rob needs a little more practice before he pulls that one off. But let me tell you, my secret weapon is brewing. So yeah, I'm gonna get that. Well, first I'm gonna measure that spike, because just like had been said, they're not all the same length. Hell, I got a couple of bent ones in here too. Those are fun. Let me find my square. Oh, I was over at the vise. I had to think about where I was using it. I was over at the vise. So let me get my square, and we will measure this spike. I don't know if switching to anvil cam would make that show. I don't think it's going to, because it's too tall. Let me see. Yeah, it's not going to work, but I'll do it over here. I'll set it. All right. So that is, what's between, what is that, 6 and 9/16? 6 and 9/16, I guess, is what that would be. Oh yeah, all right, there's 16th on that side. Yeah, I'm looking, so it's not, yeah, I would say 6 and 9/16. You know what, to make it easy, I'll just say it's 6 and 5/8. I'll make it longer than it actually is. I don't mind losing a 16th because Rob's math are bad. If I can't use my phone to calculate it, it ain't gonna get done. 1 plus 2 is 4, right? So anyways, 6 and 5/8. That's what I'm gonna go with. So one of the things on a rail spike you should think about when you start forging one of these, and depending on which way you go, right? So you got like a chisel taper here, essentially, right? So it's a rectangle here, essentially. So forging rectangles is not, well, it's not really a thing. I mean, it is, but it's not, right? Drawing out a rectangle is not a thing. So the first thing I'm going to do when I come out of this is I want to establish where I want to go with this, right? So I'm going to take this down and square this up quickly and then take this out to what I want dimensionally, which would be about 3/16, so my other pair of tongs can hold it. But I can still forge with that on there. I can still forge all of this. So I'm going to try and get as much of this as I can while I can, and then I will flip it and then come to the other side and attack from the other direction to pull some of this out. And because a clean, even taper had been stated, I will be shooting to do that to the best of my ability. I would honestly, I might have to post another railroad spike challenge and say, I don't care what this thing looks like when you're done with it. I just want to know, how far could you pull that out? Or, no, this was a demented plan I had. Or, if you really want to make it fun, you leave 1.5 inches of this on here. Don't mess with it. Forge this out, fold this over, forge weld it together, and start a little fire poker, essentially, with the back hook on it. Because that, by forcing you to do that, that's going to leave a lot of mass on the end of there. So it's going to make you really have to think about how you approach that attack and draw that out. There's a couple of order of operations that you can do to get through that, but I think that would be a fun challenge for people, because I like these things to make people think about what they're doing. That's what I enjoy. It's like, hey, I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, but what I am saying is think about your order of operations a little bit, because there's a couple of approaches that you could do to that. It's just like doing a leaf, right? Like you can't, if you're not careful, you're going to flex that mass is going to be flexing. And if you let that flex too many times, you're going to lose it. So it's just something to think about. So I'm going to, well, first I'm going to get my fire going before I even put this in there. I hung it up. That's where it went. I hung it up. So I'm going to get this fire going. It's actually been going since 4:30 or so. When I went in for dinner, I just stuck a big branch in there. So if you're running coke, by the way, that's a great trick. If you want to keep your fire going but turn the blower off, or you got a hand crank and you're not going to be there to crank it, get a hardwood or get a dry branch, at least 1.5 inches thick, something nice and beefy, and then you push it down into that fire pot and then mound it up. That will That will help keep it going. And then when you come back, you leave it when you come back and get the blower going again. And then that will help reignite your fire for you. We do that at Quad State quite a bit. And man, this kind of annoys Brian. Brian was like, "Oh yeah, you got that one for me." And actually, I had read about it on L Brand's website, but I will admit he reminded me. Beetlejuice 3 times. See, this is why I wish the text to thingy was working. But whatever. I don't know. Do I know? How do I know? I don't know. Do you know? There is 1 persons on the YouTubes and 4 people on the Facebooks. So I would say if you're on Facebook, it's easier to interact and pay attention on YouTube. And if you're not sure where it is on YouTube, it's Sharp Bend Forge on YouTube. And I think it's Sharp Bend Forge on Twitch as well. So I want to get this fire established. This is, in my opinion, one of the things, especially if you're a solid fuel user, this is one of the things and these types of challenges and or competitions you really need to be cognizant of is fire management. It's real easy to start neglecting your fire. Ask me how I know. So I want to get this fire up and hot, and I'm going to leave it running, which I would not normally do that. It's kind of a waste of fuel, but in the interest of this, I will leave it running. And I want to keep it kind of piled up. So one of the things I'm going to do, or try to remember to do, is every time I pull this out, if that drops, when I pull this out, I want to put some more on top to let that start getting hot while I'm working. So I'm going to get this in the fire. And this is the part that really I lose quite a bit of time dicking around with the tongs to get the tongs back on the spike. First heat, I know that doesn't matter as much, but subsequent heats that does. So, because that does matter, what I'm going to try to do is be mindful of that and get that piece down to 3/16 enough that I can get a good purchase on it with these other tongs, just in case that becomes a problem for me. Nice. So John Burnell said he got almost 15 inches on his second attempt. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it's really just thinking through, in my opinion, for me, it's not so much what I'm doing here, it's really thinking through how am I holding it and my plan of attack, and then what can I do to eliminate waste on time, right? Like, what things am I doing that I can eliminate from that? So like my fire management was bad last week. I know that watching it. I did things last week that, like, I went back and watched it and I was like, what the hell were you doing? Why were you doing that? There was a time when I came out and it wasn't even remotely hot. I was like, what are you doing, Rob? So just little things to, start thinking about here and there as you go. But really, I think for me, the biggest thing is holding it, really. Today I came out and I thought, maybe I should make tongs just to hold the rail spikes. And I thought about it for this long, and then I ruled it out because I don't use them. I don't really forge with railroad spikes. It's not my thing. I'm not really into it. So I'll be damned if I'm going to make a pair of tongs just for this. But those that use them, I mean, if you use spikes on a regular basis, those types of tongs, in my opinion, would be the way to go. The way to go. I don't know who makes the best versions of those. I've seen like the the claw type, you know, and then I've seen like the hoop, or like somebody will weld a chain to one side that grabs it. The one thing I had noticed with looking at the rail spike was it's not, do I have one that's not in the fire? Yes. They are not, they're not flat on the back end. There's a little nub back there. So if I were to make tongs for these, I would want to make sure that that is seated like in the hoop thingy or whatever. Well, I guess it would go over here, right? Yeah. So, but that can cause this, and this can cause problems. So that would be something you'd want to think about. I don't, like I said, I don't use them, so I'm not well versed in their handling. What did I do with my lighter? Oh, it's in my back pocket. Why would I put it in my back pocket? What up, Bob Linus? Okay. Let me take a look at this thing. It's getting there. It ain't there. But being that it's close, I'm going to get a tong clip out and see if it'll fit. I'm going to attach it to the tongs now, so I'm not fussing with this thing. Oh. There we go. Now these tongs are going to get hot. Doing this, but that's okay. So my fire's dipped down already. I want to switch to anvil cam because it's close. Huh. Yeah, it's interesting on the tongs. Okay. Looks like you guys can see the anvil. Oh, I got lights coming soon, so might be able to make these videos a little bit better once I get some actual real lighting in here and see how that goes. We'll see. Taking a peek-see. That is not. Come on now, get hot. Ah, you hear the difference? Something jamming in there. There we go. Now we're gonna get hot. I thought it sounded funny. All right, so I'll be using the round side of my hammer for most of this. I didn't ask, is there like a weight limit on the hammer? I can go get a bigger hammer. All right, here we go. Start my timer. See, I already skipped my plan. There we go. Three 3/16, right? I want to keep this area down here in that range. That way I can grab it later. I'm going to bar it up too. I don't want to hold a taper. I'll taper it towards the end. All right. So that right there is an issue I was having earlier too. But I can grab a little bit more of that. Shook the mouse nest out. Was there a mouse nest? No, I would not be surprised in the least. All right, so this is where I'm getting limited, but I think I can pull that out. Yeah, there we go. Nice clean taper all the way through, except for that spot where I want to hold it on the other side. Which I'm going to flip. Now. Yeah, that's better. Mucho better. Man, that fire's hot now. Ooh. Now I gotta make sure I don't burn the damn thing. So I left enough on the end so I could grab it with these 3/16 tongs, which I rarely use these things, and I don't like how wide they are. And I can't get I don't think I can get a tong clip on them. No. And I don't have a piece of angle iron or a square tube clip that's big enough. There we go. Look at that. Now we're talking. But because of that head, I can really only work these two sides. That's fine. Now I can rotate. Get that hot. I have no idea timing wise where I'm at. I wasn't really paying attention to that. I guess I should have. So many things to do at once. Yeah, if you had a heart attack, definitely don't be trying to go ham with a big hammer if you can help it. To be honest, I'm using a bigger hammer so I don't have to go crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's when you start doing something like this, that's easier said than done, I think. So normally I would prefer to be forging all four sides right now, but I can't really manipulate these tongs that well. I feel like it's actually slower. Even taper, right? That's what I'm shooting for here. Hot. Definitely getting twisting with this. When did you're 4 minutes in. 4 minutes in, so that was probably 6 minutes ago. 6 minutes in, I mean, 2 minutes ago. see. Huh. I keep losing my lighter. $9:01. Didn't you say that like 10 minutes ago? I feel like you said that 10 minutes ago. 9 minutes left. Okay. Okay. Just cleaning this up as I go a little bit. Yeah, see, this is why, honestly, I didn't want to count the piece that I did last week, because I knew that the tong situation really changes that dynamic quite a bit. I mean, that's huge, right? I mean, I can feel it just on this. Not being able, I'm so used to forging all four sides that I can feel it. That, you know, that minor, as minor as that is, I can feel that difference. Like back here, I can move forward, I guess. Didn't think about that. Derp-a-derp. How are we doing on time? Probably should start thinking about cleaning this up, huh? A bit of a rhombus there. Big old hammer doesn't want to stay up there. Keep telling Greg Hagan I got a major complaint. This hammer, it just bounces all over this damn thing. Too much rebound. Send it back. No, I really do enjoy this anvil. Really do. It's wider than I prefer. I prefer a narrow face anvil, but it's not so wide that it's out of the realm of usability for me, for most work. Okay, I need to think about cleaning this up better. So, we're gonna still come over here a little bit though. Being way less aggressive right now than I would normally be. Just I'm trying to clean it up, but some of that needed to come down a little bit still for a cleaner taper than what I had. Straight's probably useful too, so I will work on doing that and then flip around. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be fun. Okay, honey, I'm gonna have to assume I'm down to like 2 minutes at this point. If I got any minutes left. 4 minutes. I'm thinking I'm reading that. It's 21:12. Huh. Shoot, I can keep going. I'm gonna try to honor the notion of the clean taper. But I need to get this down a bit more. There we go. Just cleaning this up as I go. Seeing what needs work. See, this is something I would not normally be doing. But if that's part of the equation, I'll do it. I have no problems there. My biggest problem is not that, it's paying attention to the time. I think doing this challenge and leaving that nub on the end, man, I think that could be fun. Uh-oh. I want to burn it off. There we go. 2 minutes. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much in just cleanup mode at this point. Just trying to get this down a little bit more, which I'm using the flat side of the die for this, so it's not nearly as aggressive. Less to clean up. It's like, whoop, hey, that doesn't help. Less to clean up as I go. That doesn't help. I'm just gonna put this back in the fire. Maybe. Oh no! Tong clip. Ugh. This one barely fits on there. Anyways, I'm just really just focused on cleaning it up. Got probably a minute. Yep. According to that, so need somebody to text me when I'm supposed to stop. Yeah, this isn't nearly as long as I feel like I could have gotten it. But again, I mean, yes, I was swinging hard, but I wasn't going crazy. It's fairly straight. This is not the cleanest taper I've ever done. I can guarantee you that. But hey, it's not bad. Let me turn this down, and then get an idea of where we're at with this. I can actually kind of use my anvil to gauge where we're. I don't think this is as long as the one I did earlier. Well, it's about the same. A little smaller. That doesn't help when you're fumbling with tongs, dropping the piece 40 times, like I did in that last little bit. So 17 and a half. No, I didn't switch cameras. So I'm at 17 and a half minus what was it? 6 and 5/8 is what I said. So yeah, that's not great. Not bad either. Oh, not bad either. I'm pretty sure the other one's longer. I'm gonna submit that one. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, that one's longer by an inch. Easy. little more than an inch, it looks like. You know what's funny about the other ones? I use a smaller hammer too. Did I miss a? 6 scrolls? Nice. I could have butchered 6 scrolls in the time it took me to do this. Yeah, no, this is not. So there's things here. I do this with everything, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what I'm working on. This is the kind of crap I do. I'll pat myself on the back, good job, whatever. But I always come back and look at it and ask myself, what could I have done better? Well, one, I could have not dropped it 3 times. There's that. But last week when I did the test piece, it was just 5/8 bar. It was just 5/8 mild. I drew that out 21 and change. But I didn't have to fumble with tongs. I think that was a big part of it. So that tells me if I wanted to forge with railroad spikes on a regular basis, I would probably invest the time in making a good set of railroad spike tongs, because I think that would make your life easier. 2, I got a lot of twisting the last time I did this. Or not the last time, but the one last week. Got a lot of twisting here. And from a pure drawing out competition, if that's the only goal is to see how far you can do that, that does not matter. But it informs a lot of what you were doing while you were forging. So that made me happy that I didn't get all that twisting this time. It was something I was trying to be mindful of. If I saw it, I was trying to correct it as I go. But I don't think that slowed me down, though. I think what slowed me down was the holding the tong. That was it. And I knew that going into it. That's why last week I was like, no, this really should not count, because that dynamic really changes a lot. If I was originally just going to hold a bar and mark it at 6 inches and then just hold the bar and go. And the more I thought about that, I was like, man, that's hardcore. Like, hardcore unfair. Don't do that. Yeah, I thought about doing that, Bob. Welding the chain links to a pair of pliers, or even a pair of like crappy tongs, reject tongs that I have, that I decided not to do anything with. I thought about it. In fact, I even had a pair of tongs that I've been meaning to fix, and then I thought, well, you know what? These would be a good candidate for that. But I decided after cleaning it up and fixing it, I was like, no, I'm just going to make these into a nice pair of little box jaw tongs. This is something Andrew Larson was working on over at Quad State. And this had a twist in it. The eye was not, this eye and this eye were vastly different. I think they're much closer now. This one's still a little bigger, but they're much closer now. So I think I can use these. So that's after I did all that work, I was like, I'm not turning those into railroad spike tongs. It's crazy. Just finish them and make them nice pair of box jaw tongs. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Might even give them back to Andrew when I'm done. John, you say that there's truth in that. There are certain things where I'm like, and for the railroad spikes, to be honest, I probably would do it, just because I don't typically forge with railroad spikes. So to me, it's fair game. But there's certain things where I get really stubborn about and want to forge it by hand. Even though I've got a power hammer, there's certain things that I get really stubborn about. I really can't explain. It's what I like to do. It's what got me into this, forging by hand. So I enjoy doing that. the tape that used to be on these tongs is still, it's warmed up enough now that it's sticky. I'm gonna put this down. What did I say this was? 17 something? 17 and a half. Oop. Right. No, 17. Yeah. So 17. Eh. So there's that. I might, for funsies, I'm going to count that as my entry. For funsies, though, I thought about, I was telling Thomas last night, I was actually going to use my keyed-in anvil for this, but I did not because it's on the other side of the forge area right now, and that would require a lot of camera movement and change up that I didn't really want to mess with. So I decided not to, but I thought it would be kind of fun to do it on a mild steel anvil because, you know, so many people tell you you can't, but I thought that would be fun to do. And then, so yeah, I don't know if you heard Thomas. I did a spike earlier this afternoon. I was just trying to figure out how I was going to hold it, and I did one. And that one's actually longer than this. And I used a smaller hammer on that one, but I would say I was getting after it more with that smaller hammer for sure. And then I decided I didn't want to do all that. I did want to do all that work, man. So I switched to the 4.5 pounder and worked. I still worked hard on it. I mean, I wasn't like slouching, I don't think, but I wasn't getting after it like I was with the 3.5 pounder. Swinging a 4.5 pounder like that, to me, this is like, you know, for me, you know, the chain gang guys are swinging 4.5, 5 pounders all the time. For me, no, 3.5 pounder is my sweet spot. I like that. I switched to the 4.5 pounder for driving drifts. I would honestly use an 8 pounder for that if I had one. I used Andrew Larson's. I mean, I didn't use it. I picked it up and I thought, yeah, it just requires less blows, giving you more time, giving you more heat as you work. You can drive the drift. So if you're making a hammer, the way we make hammers, typically when you drive the drift through the first time, that's the hardest time to do that. It's the smallest hole, takes more work to get through. So if you can reduce that by using a bigger hammer to get that down, that leaves a lot of additional heat to do other things with. We typically do a rounding hammer. We typically do a rounding hammer in 10 heats and 102 hits. That's not counting punching it or the upsetting. We don't count those. I don't know why we don't count those, but we don't count those. That was the rule somebody came up with. But we don't count that. For the upsetting, if you wanted to count the upsetting heats, that's typically 6 hits per side. So you'll hit it, you'll upset this side 6 times, and then when you come back out to the other, you'll drive the drift through the other direction, and then give it 6 more hits. So that would be 12. So 114 hits. If you really wanted to count that, for whatever reason they don't count that. But when you drive that drift in the first time, I mean, that hole, you really got to open it up, and you want to make full contact in that eye before you start upsetting it. So the more you can get that drift in quickly, the more heat you have available for a good upset. Yes, you can over forge that too, but you want some heat there. Makes it a lot easier. As a guy that does a lot of striking, I want some heat there. In fact, when we did I don't know if you guys have watched it. There's a demonstration. Andrew Larson at Cole Iron Works is the demonstration. I think you can look it up on YouTube. Go to Cole Iron Works' website or channel, and then look for Andrew Larson demonstration there at the Andy Davis Hammer Inn. And we start that demo with the hammer. And he gives some really good information there. But we actually finished that hammer in less than 102 hits. I I think I was overcompensating on my striking a bit. And back in June, I don't know if it was Andrew's way of like, having a go at me, but he kept telling me to hit harder, hit harder, hit harder when we did the same demonstration at the IBA conference last June. And he kept telling me to hit harder. And I was like, geez, man. Finally, I was like, dude, I'm not Mark Ling, man. I'm almost 50 years old. Give an old guy a break. So anyways, fast forward to December. And I don't know if I was feeling better or I was just overcompensating and hitting, or him telling me to hit harder really kind of just made me want to hit a lot harder. And I just went with it. I think you should do the challenge on the mild steel anvil and make sure you preheat the forge first. In the forge first, you will be able to draw it out. It's funny, Roy. So where's it at? I have a block, and I thought, man, this would be epic. Where's it at? Here it is. So I've been working on this guy. It's just an anvil block for my striking anvil or my keyed-in anvil or a regular anvil. It's got a hole. I can put my hardy stem in there, key it in, and then I can lock it down on whatever. So I've been working on this. I wanted a rounded side and then a square side, and I thought, man, how funny would it be to get this thing up to welding temps, and then get my railroad spike up to welding temps, and then bring it out and weld the spike to this, and be like, oh, damn, maybe I preheated a little too much. My favorite thing about that video is how many people, and I kind of knew this was going to happen, but how many people, one, flat refused to watch it, and how many people got so hung up on the thumbnail. They got so hung up, the thumbnail says forge welding on ice. People are like, well, he didn't actually forge weld on ice. There's a steel plate under there. Yeah, you maroonies. If you take out a piece like that high, and you put it on a big chunk of ice like that and hit it, you're probably just gonna break the chunk of ice. Or at least leave a big deep gouge in it, and then what? I believe you can still forge weld on that chunk of ice though. But I just thought it was funny how hung up people got on that. I mean, like dang, really? That's your thing? And then somebody said, well, that's totally not the premise of the video was he was forge welding on ice. And I was like, no, that was what the thumbnail said. If you actually read the description or listened, what he says in the video, he tells you what's going on. Yeah, that was the other thing. Somebody said something about, well, how do you know that the plate wasn't already warmed up? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's the frost outlines around it. I think on that one, I told them, I was like, Roy actually contacted ILM to do some CGI work for him. And they just painted the frost lines on that steel plate after the fact. This was actually done 2 months ago, and he had to wait for them to get that done. Yeah, I don't know. And there's a guy in the CBA who, I forget what he said he did. I love this. So he said he had a 50, okay, mind you, this anvil right here, this is a 100-pound cast steel. It's actually H13. This is a 100-pound cast steel anvil sitting on, I don't know, probably a 75-pound anvil stand. And it's mounted to the ground with spikes. This guy, on the other hand, I don't know what his setup was, but he said he was using a 50-pound Vulcan because it had a 5/8-inch hardy hole, and he was using it as a bolster to flatten the heads out. And he said his anvil had been sitting out in 20-degree weather for a couple of weeks before he had gotten out there to do that thing and broke the corner of the heel out on the anvil. And I was like, oh, wait, what? Oh, he was using a 6-pound sledge to do it. And I was like, wait, okay, what? So you mean to tell me, is my understanding, I'm not a Vulcan expert, but it is my understanding that Vulcans are cast iron with a steel top. So I was like, you mean to tell me that you put a rail spike in your 50-pound Anvil's Hardy and proceeded to smash it with a 6-pound sledge and broke the hill, but you're blaming the weather? And then he was like, well, I've done it dozens of times before. And if you had any experience, you'd know that a rail spike is 5/8, so it was a slip fit. So yes, this gentleman has way more experience than me. I will definitely grant him that. And I wouldn't even argue the fact. However, I am a 50-year-old man that has a rudimentary understanding of mathematics. If you have a 5/8 piece of steel and a 5/8 inch Hardy hole, it's not a slip fit. It's not a slip fit. It might fit, but it is not a slip fit. That spike or that hole need to be a little bit bigger than the other. Then you get a slip fit. What you have is an interference fit, my friend. And yeah, no. So anyways, regardless of that, he went on to go about it and broke the hill. And so he said it had been sitting in 20-degree weather. All right, so I don't know how many folks know this, but steel and cast iron do not begin to start becoming brittle until about negative 20 degrees. Negative 20 degrees. And the brittleness starts to really ramp up from there. That is true. That happens. It's scientifically proven. You can do all the data studies on it. You can look them up. They're out there. There's histograms showing you that stuff. You know, all kinds of crazy charts showing you. I found one page where this guy had so many things. But what it came down to is like once it hits that almost a break fall number, then yes, it becomes an issue that you need to be concerned with. However, you also have to factor in the amount of mass that your anvil has as you're doing that. Now, if you've got sharp corners, that's something you would probably need to be very concerned with. Those can blow out at certain, we're talking negative. First of all, what kind of psycho are you that you're out forging in negative 25-degree weather in the first place? But hey, you do you. I'm not going to argue that. I just think you might, I don't know, start a fire. Start a fire, man. Yeah. Some liquid nitrogen. Now, you know what's funny is I was watching, sorry, I'm reading back. Yeah, you and me both getting excommunicated from the blacksmithing groups. I'm already like this close from leaving them because I get so tired of the same dumb questions. It's like, yes, you can use motor oil to quench whatever stupid knife you just made. Please, in fact, hover your head over it and take a nice deep whiff as you do it. Cast iron body with a hard steel face. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure. Now, I thought I had read that somewhere, but again, I'm not an expert on it. But anyways, yeah. So you guys broke that Vevor, right? That's all cast steel. It's not cast iron, is it? Was it 20 degrees that day when you did it in the shop? Maybe that's why it broke. No, I fully believe that in those cases, what's happening there is that there was already a defect in that guy's anvil, and it just happened to be exposed at that point in time. Could the weather have played a part in that? Who knows? I don't believe it does. Not at that temperature, based off of the scientific data that I've read. Negative 20. I think it's actually negative 24. But based off of the scientific data, what little scientific data I had read, that range is, depending on the material, that range is anywhere from like negative 24 to negative 56 or 58 degrees before certain materials start showing that brittleness. And then once they've hit that number, and the lower that temperature drops, the more that ramps quite quickly. 22. See, now, see, if you'd have preheated that animal, I bet you would have been fine. Bet you'd have been fine. Just saying. Should have preheated it. Could have been fine. No, you guys went and broke a perfectly good anvil made in China. So, I'm out here. I might as well do something else other than run my mouth. So I was thinking, I saw Jennifer Petrella do something the other day. I was watching some of her videos. It was last night or this morning. Oh yeah, so Shannon Gunn. Sorry if I'm getting that, butchering that, man. I'm terrible at names, but why you forge when it's -30, dude? Well, I mean, you kind of are a psycho though. The tire hammer, yes, that's a Clay Spencer style tire hammer. I believe it's actually a Ray Klontz design, and then had been modified and maintained by Clay for so long now that it's just considered the Clay Spencer tire hammer. I've got 2 of those actually. And I've got a Coal Iron Works press. Let me see if I can move this camera around. Show you guys. Oh, you don't want to see me. So this is my main forging area, and then I'll move it around. There's Clifton. Clifton is a 250-pound Murray power hammer. I named it Clifton after one of its previous owners, Clifton Ralph. If you don't know who Clifton Ralph is and you're into power hammers, you should definitely go look him up. And then over here is my other tire hammer. And the reason I moved the camera where it is so I can pan this around. So when I want to do work at the vise, which I did have a good laugh. The last time I did this, I worked at the vise. You couldn't see anything anyways because it's my big fat butt in the way. But yeah, that's this one over here. I would consider it to be my main power hammer. Right now, the 250 needs work, so it will become the main eventually. Next to the 250 is also a 25-ton Coal Iron Works press. No, I'm not rich, if anybody is curious. In fact, I am far from it at this point. What I did is I took a look at my finances. I work in IT. I looked at my finances one day and I realized Rob is not retiring on his 401k like other folks. Partially because I didn't start my 401k until way late in life. I had zero understanding as to what they were. And then somebody was like, dude, it's like free money. And as soon as he explained it to me, I was like, well, damn. And I started putting money in it. But anyways, looked at it one day and I was like, yeah, there's no way I can retire on that, especially in today's economy. I'm much better off than a lot of other people. I fully understand that, but there was no way. There was no way I was retiring. So what I did was when we bought this property 2 years ago, I cashed out my 401k. I took the tax penalty. I cashed it out. I put a down payment on this property. We bought this property, and then I started taking what was left of that money and tooling it up. I had already bought this, or actually there's another tire hammer over there. I'd already bought that one a couple of years ago. And then, so this one came up, the workshop came up for it and the price was right. So I signed up for that and we built this one last year. But then I bought the press. The press is probably the most expensive thing in here because I bought it new. But I bought, I built my dream shop for the most part with the tools that I wanted in here. So that way, I can come out here and do whatever I want when I want. And Del Morris. No, that class was down in Louisiana at John Perillou's shop in Robert, Louisiana. If you don't know John, he's a great guy. He loves to troll people on Facebook, especially the beginner groups. He's quite the character. But yeah, that was with John Perilou and Curtis Herman. Curtis is, which is really funny, Curtis has got like all the cool machining toys, nice shop, so on and so forth. And then when I got to talking to him, I discovered, yeah, the workshop. When I got to talking to Curtis, realized he's an IT guy too. And he basically did the same thing I'm doing. He just did it at a much younger age than I did. He started investing in a lot of tools. You know, machining was kind of like a love for him, I guess. And kind of started, I don't know if that was something that was already in his family or not, but he's definitely, he's got some sweet toys. But that's what I wanted to do here too, was, I missed the message, sorry, I'm going back. Yeah, the hammer to, the hammer to anvil ratio. You know, I can't find a definitive number on that. I've heard people cite things like 50 to 1. I've seen people cite 20 to 1, 40 to 1. One guy was like 35 to 1. I think it's just like anything else. There's a lot of made up horse shit there. And also, I think some of those numbers are coming out of industry. So when they're talking about the anvil, that ratio, in a lot of cases, they're talking about drop hammers and big A-frames and things like that. You know, 3,200 pound rams and things like that. So in those cases, you know, it's not just the anvil. I think they include tally the mass under the anvil into that. I don't know that for certain though, but yeah, the ratio thing, I couldn't find. 20 to 1 seems reasonable to me. But even at 20 to 1, he's far exceeding that number on that size anvil with a 6-pound sledge on the weakest part of the anvil, no less. The heel of the anvil is, in most cases, in tradition, you know, like the London pattern style anvils. That's like it's the thinnest point on the anvil. It's got the least amount of mass in it, and there's a square hole there. Ah, that is good. I have to, I'm burning coke tonight, and I don't have a chimney. I try to keep my water away from the forge area because everything out here gets covered in dust at some point. But yeah, that guy, it just cracked me up. And he got like semi-hostile about it, you know, and it's one of those things where when people, and I run into this in my field as well, it's becoming less of an issue, I've noticed, because I think us older guys are starting to understand that we're getting passed up from a tech standpoint, like our understanding of what the latest and greatest things are. But anytime I hear somebody say, well, I've been doing this for 30 years and blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, we'll stop you right there. Just because you've done it for 30 years doesn't mean you've been doing it efficiently for 30 years or even right. Just saying. I did drywall as a kid with my parents own, or my grandparents own a drywall company. And I used to go do drywall, and there was a couple of guys in there that used to say stuff like that all the time. And I mean, it's like, look at your work versus look at my work. I mean, I'm sorry, man. I don't care how long you've been doing it. You might have had it at one point, but you ain't got it no more. And I'm not going to rule out anybody's experiences. It's their experience, right? It's in a lot of ways, and that's their truth, right? So I don't try to rule out somebody else's experience, but I will not have you tell me your way is better when my way is clearly better, just because you've got 30 years of experience. I'm sorry, dude. No, I mean, let's show me the 30 years of experience doing what I just did. Show me. That's what I want to see. Show me. Shut up and show me. You know. And there's people out there that do a beautiful and amazing work, and I don't even come close to holding. Roy, for instance, does that French Baroque stuff. One, I don't have a lot of interest in it because I know I can't do it. I don't have the patience for it. Two, um, he's been doing this longer than me. I mean, he's got the experience where it matters, and it's a focused experience too. He found a thing that he loved and wants to do, and he's really focused on that. Sure, he can do a lot of other things. Can he do all those things as well as he does that one thing? I doubt it. Um, just like other people, like Brian, for instance. Brian can do a lot of different things, but he's really good at these things, and he focuses on that, and that's his. He leans into his strengths. I think we all do, right, to a degree, or at least I would think so. I mean, there's a few guys out there that try to do everything and not really good at any of it. But 71, dude, I wasn't even alive in 71. You're old. You're an old fart, Kevin. Now I'm catching up to you. Oh, the other thing with the guys that yell about their experience too, I've noticed is those are the same guys that seem to think that the louder that they talk, the more right they are. You ever experienced that? I I've had that a bunch in my career where people are like, it's like they just start talking louder. I'm like, dude, I mean, you can scream all you want. It doesn't make what you did right. you know, I mean, I hate to break it to you. So Jennifer Petrilla was doing um, a tulip thing. I'm not gonna try to do that tonight. I want to watch her video and see how she did it. There were some cool things that were going on there. There was some forge welding and there was some shaping of the piece that I thought was really neat. So it's something I want to try. I'm not going to do that tonight, but if you guys haven't seen that video, if you haven't watched some of her videos, I would highly recommend them. She doesn't always talk a lot, and it's just mostly her getting after it. I mean, there's text explaining things, um, but she does some really cool stuff. And I'll tell you what, I've never seen anybody draw a piece of material down as thin as she has before. I was like, when she was at um, the Iron to Art Festival in Johnstown a couple of years ago, we were watching her demonstrate some hinges. And me and Zach Rapatoni were like, those things are like paper thin. Holy crap. How did she, it was pretty impressive. She does some cool stuff. So if you haven't seen her channel is JLP Services. You're rocking the crazy old guy thing? Hell yeah, dude. That's my goal in life. I want to be the crazy old guy that lives out by the graveyard. You don't want to go there. Yeah, that picture, man. So, I don't know if Roy is still around. I almost tagged Roy on that picture and then did some, the hash, the little hashtag things and stuff, tagging it, with different things. And I was going to put the faux rivalry in there. And I was like, look at this. Rounding hammers, that fad started as early as 1931. What you got to say now? But I was actually quite surprised when I saw that picture, and I stopped and I looked at it and I was like, that looks like a rounding hammer. And then I looked at it and I was like, holy crap, that is a rounding hammer. Not only is it like a rounding hammer, it's a rounding hammer. You could see the cheeks were drawn out. There's trough lines on it, everything. I I was like, I legit blown away when I saw it. I wasn't like out looking for that. I can't remember what I was looking for something. I mean, it was rounding hammer related, uh, and then that popped up, and I was like, what in the world is this? And then I was like, hey, this is cool, but I want to make sure it's for real. So I actually started doing research on that image, and yeah, that dude, I guess he was famous back in the early 1900s and such for doing like those like stylized babies doing things and stuff, calendar pictures and stuff. Um, I attached his name to the image to make sure he got credit for it, but I don't know that he cares. He's probably dead now, Yeah, she does. Jennifer does really cool stuff. Um, and like what's really interesting is she she does she forges. There's certain things that she forges very similar to the way Brian does it, but I don't, to my knowledge, has never met Brian. Doesn't really, like, she follows us chuckleheads, but she doesn't really follow that stuff. But there's certain things that she does where it's like you'd watch her do it and be like, hey, but those are things that she's figured out a long time ago. She just does on her own. Um, but yeah, she's awesome, and really fun to hang out with. We had a good time in Johnstown. I think we're gonna. I suspect we're gonna have more fun this year. So if you guys are going to Johnstown, you should let me know because it's going to be fun. I understand not everybody can do. That's a long haul. That's a long haul for me. That's like I think it was 7 hours for us. Me and Zach Rapatoni went a couple years ago, and that was a haul. It was an easy drive though until we got up into those back roads in the mountains, and then it was like, oh, oh. I'm like death gripping my steering wheel. There were, I remember it felt like an hour of like this, just craziness. And then out of the blue, town. There was like, there's just town. It was like, who the hell decided to put this town in the middle of all this crazy? Jock Williford's on, trying to make it this year. Hell yeah, dude. And it's a joke, but it's not a joke. If you're planning to go to Johnstown, please pre-register because I'd like to go. And 2 years ago, they canceled the Abana conference because there wasn't enough pre-registrations, which meant myself, Mark Ling, and a bunch of other guys all got together and put together the Texas conference. And I don't want to go through that again. I never want to do that again. No. No. I don't think any of us want to ever do that again. I think pretty much all of us were like, do we want to do this again? No. I think it was a resounding no. I want to say John was probably the only guy in the group who was like, well, maybe no, we could no. then he quickly changed his mind. Yeah, but anyways, they canceled it just because they didn't have enough pre-registrations. To be honest, I mean I get it. They were spooked financially, I think, but I mean, we did it just to let y'all have a little insight into the Texas conference. Admission was free. Where we screwed up there was we did not take, we didn't have a registration booth for people to sign up as they came in. So we didn't have a good idea of how many people we actually had come through. But we made enough money in the Iron in the Hat and the auction that we put together a scholarship. And I think we paid for at least 2 classes over in Goshen for all the students out of that money, as well as we sent money to various groups, a couple of different groups, forging groups. I can't remember who all that was, but we sent some donations out. We sent students to various classes. I mean, we were doing, and what's really crazy is we were doing everything we could to get rid of that money as fast as we could, and basically had to hold people down and make them fill out the applications. But we did finally liberate all that cash. So that was good times. But yeah, but the lesson there is Abana could have done it. They could have done it. They just needed to have a little faith in the people, and it could have happened. I think one of the things that really hurts them is the price up front, because, and I get it, Abana's trying to make back the money that they're investing into the event, but man, some of those registration fees for the average black, you can't try selling a $300 hammer to a blacksmith. There's very few that are going to buy it. Now your registration fees are $200, and they've got to have room and board and time off. Man, it's just it gets rough. So I fully understand why people would not be overly interested, but at the same time, I also get that they're trying trying to cover themselves financially. I think there are things that they could do better, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut because the last time I talked shit like this, I got turned into a board member in the IBA, who now handles the membership stuff. So I don't need any more crap on my plate right now. Oh yeah, on top of $600 flights. Is your flight really $600, man? Where are you flying into? Pittsburgh? Because I just looked at prices. I thought about going to the CBA conference in April, and um, that's in Sacramento. And leaving from Indianapolis to Sacramento, my tickets would have been there and back probably, I think, $480, so $500 after fees. From NOLA to Johnstown. I did not know that Johnstown had an airport. Johnstown's a fairly small town, so you're probably paying a premium. I would really look and see what it would cost to fly from NOLA to Pittsburgh, because I think Pittsburgh's only a couple hours from there. And to be honest, I mean, we can pick you up from the airport. I know there were coyotes nearby. I'm gonna go grab my gun. Because it sounds like a live stream with a gun. I didn't hear anything run off, so it might have already taken off when I started talking. Interesting. Interesting for sure. Oh, oh, anyways, so yeah, don't want no crazed coyotes trying to eat me. So I don't know what I'm going to do next. Well, drive home. Right on, John. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Trying to get a driving buddy than camp. Well, you know you're welcome at our camp. I'm not driving down though, but we can meet you somewhere. I'm going to turn this down a little bit and let this cool down. I know that there's a big old clinker in there, just waiting to be liberated. Yeah. And I tell you what, it is nice to be home again. After using that anthracite, ugh. That stuff can F right off. Was not a fan at all. Not a fan. It's, as far as like subsidizing fuel, I think it'd be fine for the most part. That's how we used it the first time we played with it. Was more like subsidizing the Coke a little bit. But like just using it straight like I did last week, no thank you. Get out of there. It is bad boy. Well, I just broke it. There's something over there. Did you guys hear that? Something sneezed. Oh, it's my shop cat. Well, hey, shop kitty, what you doing? That's a different shop cat, though. Well, he apparently has no fear. What you doing over there, kitty? Got a big old tail. He cares not at all about me. So I've never seen the other shop cat in the shop. Like, I've seen it on the security camera, but I've never seen it. This guy, he just walked right in like he owned the place. Let me get my fire situated here. Get more clinker in here. Get out of there. As soon as he realizes there's food in here, he's going to be excited. I'm okay with shop cats. Kind of been wanting a couple anyways. There's mice in here and they get in the drawers where I've got like paper towels and stuff, and then they make a giant freaking mess. Take it easy, Shane. I'm going to go see what this dude is up to real quick, because it sounds like he's over there up to something. Well, hey, what are you doing? Yeah. What are you doing? Sounds sick. You sound like you got an issue. I don't see any. Hey, you don't want to mess with that. That's hot, dummy. Come on. Come here. Sound like it. So that's what I'm going to guess was outside that I heard over here. It wasn't making all that racket. Come here. Come here. You going to attack me? You got front claws? I can't even tell. Let me see. Oh, yeah. You look sick, though. You look sick. Yeah, you look sick. You look sick. You sound sick, too. All right, let me get this hot clinker off the ground. Yeah, it kind of looks like cat turds, don't it? I tell you, you got a pretty annoying little voice. I don't know how much of that I can listen to. Making all the racket. All right, let me get my fire going again. Let's see if this cat wants some food. Yeah, I knew I heard something out there. Just couldn't figure out what it was. Now I'm pretty sure it was this thing. Here. Hey. Here. Water's got all kinds of coal dust in it. Here. Are you gonna make that noise all night? Hmm? Are you going to make that noise all night? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, you just run around making that crazy noise. I got stuff to do. Right on. But apparently, I have a new shop cat. I can't tell what's going on with it though. Yeah. Well, you're not going to want to be there in a few minutes. You'll figure that out. You'll figure that out. Yeah, I expect at least one dead mouse a week. No handouts here, dude. If you could strike, that'd even be better. Don't you be hiding the dead mice either. All right, so let me get the fire going again. Got that big old ginormous. I knew there was a big old clinker in there. And hell, this fire's been going since 4:30, somewhere in there. If you missed it, this is my little railroad spike entry. It's not. This is the shortest one I've done so far. And what's really funny is, I used a bigger hammer on this one, but I took my time. It's not the best taper, but it's a taper, and it's a relatively even taper, relatively clean. It would not take much to clean this up and do things with it. Make a railroad spike wand or something. Make a 3D. Also, I moved this light, or not the light. I moved this camera under a light so that I could show. So I realized where it was at. It was in between two lights, and I couldn't get a good image of, anything. But anyways, yeah, that was it. And I'm not, like, it's fine. It's whatever. Could do better, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I think. Oh, and what did I say it came out to? 16 or 17 inches. I forget. I feel like it was 16 and some change. 17. It was 17 and change. I think it was right at 17 inches. Yep, 17, right on the money almost. So, you can read that from there, but trust me, it's 17. Yeah, I probably am in his litter box at this point. Though, I'm on dirt here, but we compacted this dirt so hard, good, and it's mostly clay. I think, good luck digging in here, bub. Now, if I start finding your turds in my coal, we're going to have chat. I don't know. Actually, I think it's a female, actually. I don't know what she's up to. It's just like she got the message that there was a place with food, and she came over and was like, hell yeah, check this place. She's been going all over, checking things out, and then meowing about it. What are you meowing about, man? Come on. Oh man, I got an ash in my water. Get out of there. There's water. I gave you water. You got food. There's a place to hang out. Hang on. Could be could be like, hey dude, there's some giant freaking dogs over here trying to eat me. It's a different cat. It won't shut up. Here, let me see you. No, you got claws. Hey, 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 hey! No, 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 no. Benito, no. That cat will fuck you up. He's got claws. Flame has no claws. This one has claws. Go on. Go, go, go. Hey, get up there. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's a completely different cat. I've never even seen the other one, just except for on the videos. This one just walked right in like it owned the place. Didn't sound good either, so I would not bring that cat in the house. Make the other cat sick. Anyways, back to my ramblings. 17 inches, basically right on the money. Um, but I'm out here. My forge is lit. I might as well forge something. Damn it! I just realized what I didn't do, Thomas. Oh my God! I mailed Jot's hammer today, and I completely forgot the damned bottle opener. Son of a bitch. I will do that. Um, maybe I make another bottle opener. Not for you, but maybe I'll just do that. I have not done. I want to get better at those. I want to keep practicing them. Oh, and the other thing I want to do. That's not what I want to use. I have some 3/4 by quarter, but I have to make sure I'm not using the wrong pieces because I have a couple pieces in there cut to a specific size for a project. I do not want to use them on accident. My wife is awake. Almost way past. This is like an hour past her bedtime. What the hell is that woman up to? 30 inches. Okay. This one can be used because I can deal with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna two steps actually. I want to make a handle, and then I'll do a bottle opener. But I want to make a handle for a punch, kind of like I did a few weeks ago. I've learned a little bit since then about what I like and don't like. So I'm going to do that real quick. Plus, this is also going to give me a chance to try something a little different as well. Let me crank up my fire a bit here. This will let me do something a little different. Yeah, I don't know where that cat went. There's food in here, and I try to keep water in here. So it is well. I even made a cat bed for the other cat, not that cat, but I don't care which one decides to use it. If she comes back in here, I'll probably just throw her in there and say, "Here, this is your spot. Don't try to get in the damned house." We have a house cat, and he has no claws, and He's a moron. He thinks he's part dog, I think. So. But yeah, and I don't want, that cat sounds sick. So I don't want that cat going in the house and getting our other cat sick. Where is, well, here's this one. This one. Oh, here it is. Yeah. I was like, where is my super duper stainless cigar lighter? There it is. So for the handle, and I can show you guys. Let me get this situated. For the handle on the punch, so a couple things. I like this. Do something with a pass through for handle. Oh, you're talking about the bottle opener. So I liked this for the handle. There's too much here, and it's too long. The other thing is, this is sitting in the same plane as the struck end. So that was becoming problematic because as the die came down and hit, if it hit this end, this was getting bent, and this was eventually going to just come off. So I need to do, what I really need to do is step this down a little bit, but that's easier said than done on this particular size material. So what I think I'm going to do is not burn this. Boy, I came close though. I'm going, click over here. About that much. Not quite square, that's okay. One more of those. All right. What I'm going to do is brush this, and then I'll continue with what I'm going to do. I'm going to fold this down and weld it onto itself. And that will become the pad that the punch end sits on. I like my lighter. Do not need a hammer quite this big for all this. Hey. Oh, get too late today to be doing that. All this bending over. Oh. my forge mop, I forgot to take it out of the bucket. Sitting in a bucket of ice now. I'm going to weld that pad together, and then I'll spread it out a little bit more. It's going to have that extra thickness. It'll be slightly, when I'm done, it should be slightly under a half inch. 3/8 or so, maybe. Not quite that small. I don't even need to take it that small. That was the other thing I discovered was the pads. The pads themselves that I made for it were plenty fine. There was plenty enough surface area to get a good weld all the way around the punch end. I'm going to turn my fire down a little bit. Maybe not that much. Oh, you know what? Why make this hard? Why make this hard? I'm sure it's easy enough to weld this way, but if I can stack the deck, I'm gonna. If I can stack the deck, I'm gonna. There's no need to do that right now. So this is one of those times when I would prefer green coal. Because this coke has a tendency to try to, it can be difficult to get it in there and out. You can't really form a cave or whatever. Yeah, I like the cigar lighter so far. Been quite happy with that. But for forge welding stuff like this, I think a green coal fire is more beneficial because you can build the little cave or whatever, and I can still feed it coke if I need coke, but it's easier to get material in and out without disturbing your fire, or in this case, it doesn't really disturb the fire as much as the coke tends to be a pain. It's you're stuffing a piece of steel in there with a bunch of hard fire rocks. So that's close. So I saw something interesting in an old video, it was filmed in the 60s, or it said it was filmed, it might have been earlier than that. But there was a couple of takeaways there. One, it was in, I think, Bosnia, and they were striking very similarly to how the Brazil gang strikes, which I thought was interesting because, I've heard all these European master smiths tell people that that's how you get kicked out of the shop, doing that. I thought was very interesting. I was like, well, I guess they were right because two of the guys were sitting outside doing it, so maybe they got kicked out of the shop. So you probably can't see it in this video, but there's a hint of green in here, and based off of my study of Bill Corey, I'm at the right temp, and it looks good. Notice I'm not setting it on the anvil yet until I'm ready to hit it. So normally doing a weld, I'm not like a forge welding master by any stretch. Kind of suck at it, to be honest. I don't do it very often. But one of the things, I could have switched it. I didn't see any. But one of the things, normally if I were to do a weld like this, I would scarf this top end so it's not a transition like that. But because of what I'm wanting to do with this, that's fine. I mean, I'm going to work it down, but that'll be fine. All right. I just want to take a look at it and see the faint hint of a seam there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I can go with that. I am quite okay with that. I need to finish the damn hook for this so I can hang my dang brush up. I'm almost there. I got to drill the hole in this, and then I bent it when it was cold, and it did not like that. It started cracking, so I stopped. What I'll do tomorrow is take my angle grinder to it, clean up that crack, and fill it with weld because I don't want to have to redo it. And for what I'm doing, it'll be fine. And then tomorrow I'll finish that hook and I'll drill the hole out for this so I can get my hook on my hook back on my anvil. Had one before, but it sucked. This one will be better. It'll be better. So same thing I'm doing here. I want to bring it up to a forge welding temperature. But now I want to work that down into a cleaner transition. I could have just done that to begin with, but no need to get all crazy. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm going to bring it up to a welding temperature though. And then I'm going to do something wacky. I'm going to tilt my hammer. Imagine that. I know that's not a thing. Some people. That's a thing for me. I'm going to tilt it. Okay. I think that's good. Oh yeah. Look at that. I like it. Yeah, needs a brushing and a little bit more. I think I'm going to put a little bit of flux in that seam. But the rest of it looks really good. I don't know how well you can see it, but it does look good. It does. Oh, a little more right in that seam. What I like about Iron Mountain, other than it makes a lot of stuff easy, with that filler in there, it'll help fill in that a little bit. Doesn't need it much. What's really cool about Iron Mountain Flux is you can, it's not forge welding per se. Brian tells people it's forge welding. I kind of disagree with that. It's more like it's not really even tack welding. If anything, I would say it's like brazing with cast iron or iron filings. So it's more like a brazing action, but you can do it at a really low temperature, which can be really helpful depending on what you're trying to accomplish. Like when we do those big forge welded bundles where you've got like, 8 or 10 or 12 pieces all in this bundle. If you were to stack that and weld it and stack it and weld it, stack it and weld it, it's going to get really thin on you. When I say stack it, bring it up forge welding temperatures, I'm sure people that are good can pull that off. But, if you're not careful, that can get away from you really quick, especially that much and that many pieces. And then they can start flexing on you and all kinds of other things can start happening. But what you can do with Iron Mountain is you can braze them together essentially with that flux. And it's enough to hold them together, but it's not a structural weld by any stretch. But what's nice about that, it allows you to get all those pieces arranged and aligned where they need to be. Then, when you're ready to really set that weld, then you can bring the whole thing up to a forge welding temperature and set it, and kind of like set it and forget it kind of a thing, This is getting close. Oh yeah, we're close. On anvil camera. All right, here we go. All right, so that's where I'm at with that. Let me brush it and I'll show you. One of the things I don't like about Iron Mountain Flux is if you don't get that stuff off, it leaves this weird residue lingering thing on it. So like, that's crusty scale to a degree, but there's some other stuff in there. But that's the weld where it's at right now. I don't know how well you can really see that, but so I just need to knock this down and then I'll start forming the handle. Would I like to join in on a yours and a few friends monthly blacksmith challenges? I mean, I'm not opposed to it, to be honest. I might not be able to do them all, just because I make excuses and can't do them all. No, like for instance, March, towards the end of March, April, May, and June, I got really busy with the IBA and in other conferences that I'm taking part in. So my time becomes limited and I have to focus sometimes on what I'm doing, which is hard for me. But yeah, I mean, if it's something, if it's challenging to me, like something that, I find challenging and interesting, I would definitely jump in on something like that. I'm going to set this down with a tire hammer. So, voila. First, I'm just going to set this. 1, 2. 1, 2. Now. I don't want to get too crazy on that, but welcome all Outdoor Adventures. Hello. So, hey, there's that pucker I was talking about earlier. Right there, that hollow, right there, right in the corner. That's something that needs to be addressed. Sure, it can work that way, but I don't want it to. I'm going to put this back in, and because I over forged this under the hammer, I shouldn't have done that. And now I have to upset it. Because I want to keep that pad thicker than the handle material, at least on one side. But it's a lot easier to set down now. And it's still plenty thick where that's going to draw, where the handle draws out. It's still plenty thick there. We'll get this plenty hot though. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out over the edge of the anvil and set that down. And then continue drawing out the handle area from where I'm at. It's still plenty thick where it's at right now. And it doesn't need to be that thick. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to come over to this side. And just upset this a little bit. More radius in that. Yeah, that's better. So I'm just trying to keep this thicker than this part. Doesn't have to be a lot. It's just when the hammer dies come down on it, I want it hitting the pad, not the handle. And if the pad is not thick enough on this one, I'll do another fold. Or, I mean, ideally I would just use 3/8 for this and then fold it maybe, but that's what I got right now, so I'm gonna roll with it. Do you have any advice for forge welding in a coal forge? I mean, forge welding in a coal forge is relatively easy. Don't bring it out sparking like that, but hey, you know, it'll forge. Right, so I want to, as far as advice though, really slow down your blower would be the big one. You want to keep the piece high up in the forge, you don't want to be way down low. And I'll switch the camera here in a second and show you what I'm talking about, if that doesn't make sense. Okay. So, let me switch. Here we go. Can you see the forge? Yeah. So when you put your piece in a coal forge, we have a rule, at least amongst my friends, we say no diving. So when we say diving, that means your piece is sticking up out of the forge like this. That's no bueno. That's the easiest way to burn a piece off. It should be parallel with the forge table as best as you can get it, high up in the fire for a good forge weld, in my opinion. And then you turn, like right now, this blower is actually higher than it needs to be because it's pushing a lot of air up. You want to lower that. It sounds counterintuitive, but if you've got a lot of oxygen pushing up through here, it's just going to make your forge welds harder. So oxygen is what actually cuts when you're using an oxyacetylene torch. It's the oxygen that's doing the cutting for you. It just super oxidizes the material, through the heat, and that's what does the cutting. So it's a detrimental thing, and you can look it up. There's good books on it, good videos on it. Actually, I think Roy has some really good videos on forge welding. Roy Adams over at Christ Centered Ironworks. So I would definitely look into that. But the biggest advice I have is really clean your material of any visible scale as best you can. Brush it off. If you need to use flux, don't go crazy. There's no reason to dump half a bottle of flux on it. And then, like sparking in a lot of cases is too hot. Okay, this is not going to, I'm going to have to take it over to the vise to upset this. That's okay. That's why we have it, right? Oh, nice. Very, very nice. That's a good half inch right there. Show you where I'm at. It's not straight, but thickened up nicely. Just clean it up, and that should be good. And then I'll just finish up the handle portion of it. Yeah, you want to, like Thomas is saying, you want oxygen neutral. So you want to consume that oxygen before it's hitting your piece. And another good thing, and this is a little bit more difficult, lower your blower speeds. Don't go ham, don't crank this thing way up. Drop the speed of the blower. Like, you don't want to hear a roar. Nice and consistent. You want to feed the fire, but you don't want to hear it roaring. And then watch your flame. This is something I learned from Bill Corey. Watch that flame, and it will start to turn almost green at the base of the fire. Like this green shade to it. And that's when you know, typically, that you're up to temperature. Yeah, it takes time, man. When people ask me, yes, I think you should definitely learn to use a coal forge, but man, I'm not going to tell people that's what you should start with. A good gas forge is a good way to start. It allows you to focus on learning the thing, because you're learning hammer control, you're learning how to move material, you're learning how to manipulate tongs, you're learning to pay attention to your fire, you're learning to do this, you're learning to do all at the same time, and it can be just overwhelming. So anytime you can eliminate some of that, in my opinion, is a good thing. I'm going to bring this over to the hammer and finish drawing this out. All right, that's all the more I really need. That would be plenty long enough for a handle. But I think I'm going to draw it out a little bit more, clean this taper up, but I'll do that by hand. I want to fix the pad. Which camera am I on? I'm gonna fix the pad, straighten that up, clean that up, and then I will finish the rest. To be honest, you don't have to, for power hammer tool, you don't have to spend a lot of time on these. You don't. There's no need to. It's likely going to die a horrible death anyways. Started a year ago. Right on, man. So Brian Brazil has a good video out there, how to start a coal forge. That's the way I start a forge. Very similar. I think that's valuable information to know. It seems strange, but a lot of people ball up a piece of newspaper, throw it in there, and then just start covering it up with coal, creating a giant distress signal. There's better ways to start your fire than that, in my opinion. Maybe not faster, but definitely better. I'm going to crank my blower up since I'm not actually welding anymore. But that's a good place to start with that. Practice, really. For me, this is how I learn things. I have to focus on that thing, right? I can, but I don't like jumping around much. You know what I mean? So I want to focus on getting competent at X. So that way it makes Y and Z a little easier for me to deal with. Now, I'm not like super proficient at all the things, I'm going to say that, but I think learning how to draw material out over the near and far sides of the anvil, or horn if you're one of those people, I think learning how to do that informs other aspects of anything you're going to do forging wise. So once you get a grasp of that, and then you start understanding how the material moves, it makes a lot of other things easier. And then it's a lot of times what I find for me anymore is it's not doing a thing, it's figuring out the order of operations. Because sometimes I will paint myself into a corner by something that I've done, because the order of operations were just way out of whack. All right, so that, I don't like that. All right, that's better. And this is actually going to be used this way, so this will be up. This will be the downside. So the high side is the struck in. Farm days. Huh. So whereabouts are you located? We don't need your address, but like, are you in the U.S.? Are you Canada? Based off the name, I'm going to guess you're not in Korea. Oh, you're going to be demonstrating. Nice. North Carolina. Oh, cool. I know a couple people out that way. I've not heard of the farm days thing, though, but sounds cool. Okay, so I need to get that somewhat straight. I don't care. I want this to be the same dimension as much as possible. So I want this to be, hey Acres. I want this to be the same dimension as much as possible. I don't care shape-wise, as long as the punch end will attach to that and I have room to weld, which I think I do. I could measure it. Isn't that a novel idea? Too many lines on that side. So this is slightly under 3/4, which is fine. And then the reason I wanted a step in this, because what I was finding under my power hammer is if I had to punch on this end and it was hitting here, if I got too far out this way, it was smacking my my handle and bending it. So what I've decided to do is I folded this over and forge welded it, so that way I've got it slightly higher up here. This will be the struck end, the punch will be down here, and once this will be straight, and in line. But then I'm hoping that will reduce that shock to the handle a bit. And the forge weld looks all right. I'm seeing a little bit, and I mean a little bitty line, and I think likely that will grind out. So I'm going to pull a little bit more material for the handle, maybe an inch or two, and I'll do that by hand. And then I will cut it off. And this one, I'm probably just going to punch and drift open for a way to hang it. I'm not going to try to get too fancy because it's prototyping. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of handles I like for punches under the power hammer. What I do know is this one was way too long, like way too long. I mean, like, that's what all I needed. And too long, I may have mentioned this before. So one of the problems with too long is you're doing this, right? Or you're having to choke up on your piece or your tool, which is not good because now you got all this leverage out here. The other thing is you got all this leverage out here. So if you're not hitting it right, it's going to be jerking you up. The other problem is when you go to set this down on the piece, see, and you can see it's been bent, right? How it's this side, the handle side is kicked up. This really should be down. But what happens with a really long piece, and this is true with hand tools, by the way. The more it doesn't take much to do that, to take this. It doesn't take a lot of movement on the far end to result in movement back here. Same with hand tools. I keep mine around 7.5, no more than 8 inches or so. I just want to be able to grip it and have enough material sticking up over it while I have a glove on that I'm not hitting my hand or the glove. But the same thing, if you've got one of these and it's this long, the more, it just exaggerates the problem. So I see guys sometimes with these really ridiculously long, like punches and chisels and such, and it's just, there's a time when you need something like that, but it's rare. As far as the cigar goes, I smoke cheapies, and these are not actually that cheap anymore. This particular brand is Factory Smokes, which are Drew Estate seconds. So I believe the Maduro Factory Smokes, I believe, are technically, what are those? The Undercrown. So I'm going to do this with my hand. I'll switch over. And I'm just going to take, like, I don't know, 1.5 inches. How about that? more heat, clean that up. That's where we're at with that. I want that to taper into my handle, and I think that should be plenty good. Might even be longer than I really want, but I won't know that for sure until I put it to work. Which might be this weekend. Let's see. I need to make a couple more of these punches, so I might do that tonight too. Boy, this is really hard to see. I can't wait. I got some lights. I've ordered some lights. So I'm hoping that fixes the situation a little bit. Leaf by Oscar. Excellent. $10 cigars. $10 a pop? I smoke way too many cigars in a day to be, that'd be $100 a day for me, easy. I smoke a lot of cigars, like all the time. I smoke good cigars every once in a while. That's rare. I usually save those for moments when I can just chill. When I'm working, I go for the cheapies. But every once in a while, you know, like, man, nothing for me. And I'm not a big drinker, but like, man, a nice glass of bourbon and a good cigar on a warm night is like, it's a beauty. It's a beautiful thing. 5 or 6 a week, yeah, I easily do that by, I probably smoke easily 10 cigars a day. Sometimes more, sometimes less. All right, so all I'm doing is cleaning this up right now. This is out of plane with this. So all I'm going to do is push it over. Now, it's not perfect, but it's close. So now I'm just cleaning this up. And you can't see what I'm doing, so I'll switch that. I want this transition to be fairly smooth because this is where I'll be holding it. All right. Queued up right there. Next heat, I'll clean that up, start straightening it out, and then I'll cut it. And then I took the corners here off. It's just a comfort thing. And then when I'm done, I'll take a heat and then twist those in plane with one another. And then, since I'm out here, I'll make another punch out of coil spring this time, I think. The coil spring, well, you know what? I don't know. Let's see. It felt like the coil spring held up better. Is this the coil spring? This is sucker rod. I don't know if I've made one recently out of sucker rod. So I got the H13. It felt to me, it felt like the coil spring, oddly enough, held up better than the H13 did. I don't know why. I have no means of explanation there. So I'm just cleaning this up. All right. No more than what this is. I mean, I'll straighten it, but that's all the more good it needs to be. So I'm gonna cut this right there. And what I'll do is once I cut that, I'll do the bottle opener real quick. I like Thomas's idea of doing different things, but I'm trying to refine the horse head and get that down and drilled into my brain so that it can be something that I do without thinking about. So I kind of consider this like lead up to the state fair event that we do the IBA members. This is the Indiana Blacksmith. We go to the state fair and then we run the blacksmith shops there. And I want to be able to, I'd like to get the horse head bottle openers down to about maybe 3 heats, 4 tops. I think I could do 3 just drifting it, but forging it over the horn, I think that might be a 4 heat ordeal. I'm gonna look over here and figure out where I put that coil spring that I had. I might have put it back on the rack, actually. I don't know where that cat went. I better not go in the house and find it. That's for damn sure. Oh, it's over this way. Did I put it? Did I put it on the rack? I cannot tell. I can always grab another piece though, and that ain't no big deal. Ain't no biggie. Oh, you know what? I think it's in the truck. Oh, man. I don't remember those pieces being that long. Okay. Yeah. I ain't gonna worry about it. I want to burn my handle off. There's my mark. I can feel it. Well, I did. Right there. All right. Before I cut all the way through, I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Clean it up, aka straighten it. Yeah, you mentioned Perdomos. Smoked those a bit. One of my favorite cigars is the Padron. I forget the name of it now. I know it's a Padron, but I forget which one exactly. I also like, back to the factory smokes, the Drew Estate Undercrown. That was one of my favorites. Diesel cigars were pretty nice. I like those too. I like big gauge cigars. I mean, I like cigars in general, but I have a hankering for the big ones. So just trying to get that mostly straight. I'll focus on this end later. I'm going to grind with an angle grinder this out a little bit because there is a line there that concerns me. So I just want to make sure that that's not an actual issue. And then I'll clean this up, but I can do that later. So meanwhile, I can wring this off, just like so. And all I'll do, I probably won't do it right away, because I want to see if these are going to work out the way I want them to. But later on, these would typically get punched, and I'd open up a hole there so I can hang these up. And then I would grind this back end off a little bit. Just, I don't want a sharp anything on the handle end. A power hammer can definitely kick these up on you. So you don't want anything that's going to slice you open. I thought I saw Paul. Let me go back. I was forging another handle, Paul. So what I did this time, remember what we were experiencing, how the die was hitting the handle? So what I did is I folded this over onto itself to raise it up a little bit above what would be the handle material. So that way it'll have a struck end slightly proud of the handle, hopefully eliminating that issue for the most part. And then I made it a little shorter. And actually looking at that one, it looks like it's going to be right size, but there's part of me that looks at it and goes, I don't know, it might not be long enough. But it felt like that other one was way too long. And it felt like the one that you and I used, the coil spring one, that one felt like a good size. So just trying to hone in on what I like for the handles on those. We'll see. I like the extra struck end though, being raised. Do I have that over here? But now, you know what I should do? I'll rasp it. I ain't scared. I can rasp it. Yeah. Let me. Okay. Now, it's still hollowed out. Well, I can upset it again. I know I need to work on my horse heads as well, and the more I see them done, the better it teaches me. Right on. So we'll see if I remember to switch to the anvil cam, like right now. Voila. Let me take a quick second to upset this a little bit more. I'm just upsetting that rag back into it is really what I'm doing. Okay. That's good enough. I usually, for the horse heads, I usually will grind slightly rounded on those. I'm not doing that this time because I don't have that luxury. Not really. I don't have that luxury at the state fair. I would have to rasp it, which I could do. But if I can eliminate that, and to be honest, after what I just did, I think rasping it's probably the way to go. The problem there is the state fair vices suck. So I don't know which would really be quicker. In my shop, taking that over to the vise and hitting it with a rasp real quick would have been quicker than what I just did. Taking it over the grinder would have been quicker than what I just did. All right. We on Anvil Cam? We are. So we're going to come over here. Over here. Not that much. Put that back down. Yep, and then I'm going to come over here. That's where we're at with that guy. Now I'm going to taper that neck back a little bit more. While I do that, I will get my tools ready. No. That's not cool. That's cool. There it is. See if I can do this without burning it off. I'll put these over here. So this, I want to clean that up. There we go. That's all I needed to do. I do like this definition though. When I say that definition, I don't know if you can really see that or not. I'll come over here. This angle right there, you see that? I like that. Now I'm gonna bend it, and then I'll do the rest. And I'm not trying to do the 3 heat thing right now. I got drill the steps and the processes, refine. Then I'll work on how much I can do. You know, like I'm pretty sure I can form this horse in 1 heat. And then use at the bottom of that heat, define the fullering lines and things like that. I'm not going to bend this guy over too much. That's probably good. Now I need to figure out which side I want this, probably this side. And then I'll start. Oh, I forgot to get the chisel out. This will do. That is not what I meant to do, but that's okay. Nose. Brush right in my way. That's an eye. I want the nose. Give me that nose. Okay. Oh, forgot to switch. Too cold. Too cold. That's okay. But if you mark those fullering marks for the main at a lower heat, they're easier to see what you're doing, and then you can define them at a higher heat later. You can feel versus find type thing. Trying to see it, you can feel it. I find that's very helpful. Not so much in this. I mean, it is helpful here too, but I do that with punching. I will mark, especially slot punching, I will mark at a much lower heat. That way I can feel when I come out, I can find it easily, you know, by feeling for it. And then that allows me to get after it a little bit better. But sometimes, so like right now, I can't see that at all. I can barely feel it, to be honest, because I didn't get a good hit on it. So I want to let that cool down a little bit. Actually, while I wait, it's a good heat for the eye. There we go. Now it's at a good heat to mark these fullers. So I'll come back over this one, got one here, and then one here. Ooh, that's hot. Now I can really set those down. I'm gonna get a glove though. That's my delicate fingers. Dude, it's totally fun. It's totally fun, man. You ought to come out. I'm only an hour from Indy. Well, probably from your, probably more like an hour and 10, 15. It's totally fun, man. You want to come out sometime and do it? Let me know. We'll set it up. Weekends are usually the best. And you can show me how to weld, because I'm a terrible welder. So now I can feel that mark. I'm just trying to get these about the same length across. So. Yeah, I like this guy. I mean, other than the double hit I had on the ear, the eye is really not that well defined either, but that's okay. Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, I enjoy forging. I don't particularly care for welding, but I've learned enough to make things stay together. I'm gonna try and hit this ear again without completely blotching it. That looks better. Well, it doesn't, but it does. I'm gonna try and hit this eye again. This is kind of a no-no. Nope. There we go. Leave that alone. And I'm gonna mark this cheek. And I'll get that hot. Finish it. Yeah, I love forging, man. I mean, it's one of my favorite things in the world to do. I was talking to some guys at work, regular work, and we were talking about our hobbies or whatever. And I told them, because they know me, and they know I'm not an overly social person, so they thought it was interesting that I was going to these blacksmith gathering type things and stuff. And I was like, in my mind, for my money, it's just been a wonderful group to hang out with. There we go. And I say that because, the question came up, well, why do you think those guys are, what makes it a good group of guys? And, and we were talking about, various social groups that we've all hung out with and so on and so forth. And I kind of brought up the fact that, I felt like the blacksmithing group was, I don't know, it was more to my liking than some of the other groups that I've been a part of socially. And I haven't been a lot, like a lot. And I think what it really comes down to is the majority of people into forging. And I think this is probably true for a lot of crafts, to be honest. The people that are into it, the reason they're such quote unquote good people is they work. They do stuff, It's not just a bunch of people hemming and hawing around, there are those people. But they get things done and they're more interested in the work than anything else, So I will do the thing. I will sign it. I'll even sign it. I'm going to sign it on the back. Hard to see, but it's there. and I did not flatten that out too much, I don't think. No. And then I'll switch cameras. But I think a big part of it is because those people are interested in the work, you know, not so much anything else, you know. So this horse, he's not a mean horse, but he looks a little condescending to me, like he's mocking you or something. I don't know. Usually my horses are mean looking. I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, proportionally, I'm fairly happy with that. I still feel like I may have taken the jaw down a little lower than I meant to, but that's okay. It's a work in progress. I had to shift my grip because it's very hot down there. But yeah, and I do like this position of this particular camera better because I can actually show stuff. It looks like it's chewed up right there, but it is not. But when I look at it in the light, it's not chewed up though. And then, so I use a ball fuller on the back of the cheek. That just kind of, I don't know, swells the cheek out a little bit more. I think it makes it look better. The fullering in the ear kind of got away from me too. That's okay. It'll bottle open. It'll open bottles. It will. I'm sure of it. And I like to use a slot punch for this. Bojack. I like to use a slot punch for this. To the untrained eye, I'm sure it looks like a chisel, but it is not. You can see there's a bevel there. It's very hard to get on the camera, but it's there. Well, this is a slot punch. This is a 7/8 slot punch, which I like to use for the bottle openers. You don't have to use that big. 3/4 inch is fine. I mean, hell, 1/2 inch is fine if you can overlap it. But this will do it. This will get our done. So I'm coming out, and this is mostly a marking heat for me. Look over, mark it, look under, mark it, connect the dots. Now, I've got it marked. I'll punch it. I will punch it. I want to punch that thing too. So you can actually see what I'm doing. I didn't get it all, but I took the vast majority of that damn anthracite off this forge. You get the hell out of here. Yeah, you say that, Paul, camera switch. If I'm not looking at the chat, I can't see it. I thought I had a text-to-speech thing, and it was working on my computer, but when I came out to the shop, it didn't work. So, and then what's really interesting is when I pull it up on my phone, that option's not even there on my phone, so. I think I'm gonna have to do a PC or a laptop or something out here, which I don't really want to do, but that's kind of seems like what I'm gonna have to do. But then there is a nice thing about that. By using this tool in conjunction with OBS, I can do a chat overlay. I can do other kinds of overlays. It'll be easier to do picture-in-picture type stuff because I can set the frames exactly. You could do that with this tool. I just haven't figured it out. But I know how to do it in OBS. You know, so I can do picture-in-picture stuff. So at least when I do forget, there'll be like in this view, in the top left corner where there's really nothing there. I could have the wide shot, and then when I switch to the wide shot, you know, I can pick a spot there where there's an animal cam. So at least even if I forget, it's still kind of there. This is not nearly as hot as it should be, but I'm rolling with it. I'm rolling with it. There we go. Ooh, a little too much. Oh, that is terrible. I guess that's where it's going. A little more heat. That got off. I can fix it, but damn it, I don't want to have to fix it. I don't want to have to fix it. I like the transitions. Are those cool? Ooh. I don't know if I'd always had. I added it, and then it seemed like it went away, and then I added it, and it seemed like. I think I figured it out this time, where it stays. So apparently, I did not know this. You have to save the startup state of this device, otherwise it just defaults back to random, or the factory default. So I don't need this super hot. But I'm going to see if I can finagle my way to straightening that a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so every time I unplugged it, it basically was going back to factory defaults, which also explains why the audio kept doing what it was doing and was really irritating. I haven't got it tuned yet, but I think it's better than some of the others. What I need to do is get some headphones and really play with it. There's some filtering that you can do. Yeah, you gotta love the technologies. You know what's really funny though is there's another version of this, another company that makes one of these, and it's got features in it that this thing doesn't, and this is supposed to be the high-end, you know, super duper hoity-toity version, and the cheap Chinese one, this is probably made in China too though, but the cheaper one has got more better features. I think it's kind of funny. So this didn't shear out because I was off. So I'm going to use an undersized to help that situation. Oh. So the moral of the story here is don't get off. Yeah, I was way off. Woo. Woo. Remember the Alamo. So one of the things I did figure out today was I could cross-pollinate the chats, Facebook being the exception. So in Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, you can see YouTube commenters, Facebook commenters, and obviously Twitch commenters. On YouTube, you can, on YouTube you can see the same, but on Facebook, it won't populate Facebook with the comments. Which is really dumb, but so is Facebook. But this is not shearing out, so I got to come to this side and coax it. There, I think that's better. Yeah, still not. I was like, ooh, really off. Really off. I'm going to do another one real quick. And then I'm going to call it a night. But actually I'm going to do another pad real quick. So I have two. Yeah, if you want it perfect, make it perfect. So I'm going to make another one of those pads real quick, and then I'll do a horse. This one I'm just going to do the pad. I'm not going to do the whole thing. And I'll finish it up tomorrow. And the reason I'm not going to do the whole thing on this one right now is I want to. What is going on there? Got a big old chunk of something stuck in there. Interesting. This one usually does not do that. So it's got to be a big piece of coke lodged down in there. Oh God, I know what it is. There we go. Well, it's better anyways. I know what it is. I ain't saying. But this one I'm gonna do 3 folds just to see if it's better. Get that out of here. Almost ready there already. Like a good coke fire, man. Like a good coke fire. You missed all the fun, Paul. Earlier tonight, I heard coyotes, and it sounded like they were like maybe 100 feet off the barn here, off the shop door. When I went in, I was like, I really don't want to mess with a bunch of coyotes. So, I don't know about the same to y'all. Can y'all even see? You can see. I need to come right there. It looks about the same. And all I'm doing, it just helps me bend them. So anyways, the coyotes. And I was like, well, all right. So when I came back out to start the stream, I grabbed the gun and set it down on the table. Not the ideal weapon for that particular situation, but it was an easy grab. So I grabbed my Glock. And I set it over here by the table. And then at some point, I started hearing something outside. Like it stopped me. I was like, what the hell? I mean, like right there. I was like, what the hell is that? So I grabbed the gun. And I went over to look, and by the time I got the door open, whatever it was gone. And then, I don't know, less than 5 minutes later, this cat walks into the shop. It's not the shop cat I've been seeing, but another cat walked in, and, well, that'll fold. Another cat walked in, and then, dude, it strutted in here like it owned the place. Kind of cracked me up. My pullering line is not really helping me bend this as well as the last one, but that's okay. I'll make it work. A little off on measurements, that's fine. That is fine. But yeah, so the other cat walked in, and dude, that cat just started meowing and would not stop. She walked, I'm pretty sure it was a female. She walked like just everywhere, started meowing. So I thought, oh, well, maybe it's hungry. So I put the feed bowl down for it. And then looked at me like I was crazy. And I put some water down for it. It took a sip of the water, looked at me like I was crazy. And then just started hanging out at the door. The big door. It was just hanging out over there. I couldn't figure out why. I saw one over there. The wife was outside, and Benny was outside. So I was looking at the cat to just kind of see if there was any markings or anything I could see on it. It's got all of its claws, so I'm pretty sure it's an outdoor cat. But then Benny came over, and I was like, dude, this one's got claws, bro. He didn't get attacked, though. They just kind of sniffed each other. So I think the cat, I feel like it probably if somebody's farm cat, and I'm sure it seemed like it was not troubled by a dog, especially Benny's size. I don't know how it would have reacted to seeing Sansa, especially since she basically looks like a fat coyote with a different color, different color skin or whatever. But just like before when I was forge welding, I'm going to turn this fire down. There's no need for it to be cranking that much air through there. Detrimental to your welds. But yeah, so she came and then she left. So that kind of cracked me up because, like I was telling the guys before, like I've seen the other. It's a black and white cat, and I've seen that one only on the videos. I've never seen it in the shop, and actually I haven't seen it. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been around in the last couple of days, or at least it hasn't been eating the last couple of days. All right, I might have turned that down a little much. I'm gonna go grab some water after I set this weld because I'm thirsty. But this is for those that just joined, if they're still here. This is a handle for a punch to be used under the power hammer. So that's plenty hot. Notice I don't set this down until I'm ready to set the weld. That's all I'm going to do there. I'm going to leave this on the top of the fire for a minute, and I'm going to go fill my water cup, glass, jug, whatever it is, real quick. Well, as quick as this water dispenser will let me. What I had left in the cat bowl. Yeah, I don't mind having the additional animals or whatever, especially cats. I don't have a problem with cats, especially around here. And we've got mice here, other little critters they can deal with. So I don't mind that in the least bit. Kind of welcome it because the mice don't bother me too much, except for when they get into drawers and start shredding all the paper in them and then shitting in them. That gets a little annoying. But like there's one that used to run around the shop and run along the wood. What do they call purlins or whatever? I don't know. But it would run along the wall, and every once in a while it would stop and just look at us like, "Yo, what the hell y'all doing?" That was always funny. Man, it is hard to beat a nice glass of cold water. All right, so let's get this back up to temp. It's almost there, actually. And then I'll finish this weld off. Might need to refine it a little bit. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Plenty hot. Notice I'm not like killing it. I want to get a good weld, and by coming out and just like smashing it, you're not going to get a good. I mean, you can get a weld, but it's gonna deform all of this more than you really probably want it to. In fact, I did that. I made the mistake of coming out and tapping this with the power hammer. I'm not going to do that this time because it lengthened the piece more than I wanted to. And I'll switch the camera in the next time. But poor Gerald's, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna try to make sure. Will you sell me a tomahawk drift, and or where should I learn how to make one or buy one? I've never made a tomahawk drift. I know a guy here locally that I think has done it. I'm sure I know he's done it. But I don't know. I don't make things like that yet at this point. It's just not something that's really, I mean, I might work up to it. We'll see. But as far as the drift goes, Mark Lang had some at one point, and I'm sure he'd make you one if you're willing to buy one from him. And I'm sure he'd be willing to teach you too. Take a class with him. But Mark, in your relative area, would be the first guy I could think of close to you or somewhat close to you, somebody that I'm comfortable sending other folks to because I trust his work. Mark does really good stuff. Oh gosh, there's another guy, Jared Garcia, I think. But I don't know if he's done drifts. I'm sure he has, but he's another person. Ed Brazil would probably do one for you. He's another person. He's up in Oklahoma. Hell, he's probably closer to you than Mark is. So that's plenty good there. By the way, doing something like that, if you got a terrible weld, that is going to expose it really quick. That looks pretty good. The end could be better. I said I was going to switch and totally forgot. Yeah. You guys can sue me. You stupid switching of things. I don't know why I'm flexing the sides of this. I don't need to. Those look pretty closed up to me. But I'm going to take one more heat. To be honest, already looking at the three-folded, I like this height better. Good excuse to go home. You from Oklahoma? Or are you from Mark's neck of the woods? There was a time somebody would fight you. Yeah, he said they were asked if they were from Oklahoma and they were living in Texas. Yeah, if you got family near Mark, you got like double the excuses, right? We got all this crap piled up on my table, and there's a whole pile of coke on this side of the forge that I can't get to. So let me get some of this crap out of the way. I need to finish this damn hook so I can have a place to hang my brush. I'll do that tomorrow though. I gotta drill that out before I can finish it. So I was gonna do that today, but then I got to a point where I was like, I'd rather forge. You guys know how that is, right? Just rather forge, man. I'd rather forge. All right, let's take a look at this. Man, that is jammed up good. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. I burnt something earlier, and I completely forgot to clean it out. And I'm betching. That's what that is. It is what it is now. It's a chunk, and it's probably about that big down in there. All right. That looks pretty good to me. So. That looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with how that turned out. So on this one, I'm going to do the same thing. I'll neck this down. I don't think I'm going to neck it down as much as I did the last one. So I'm going to do that here at the anvil. And I will switch this time, I promise. I'll show you guys where I'm at. I do like this camera position better because it's like it's not directly under a light, but it's a lot closer to a light, so it's a lot easier to show you things I think show up better. And then I should have some lights coming, I think tomorrow. I ordered some actual lighting because I was just, it's a struggle. Like I think at some points, I think the anvil cam looks fine, and then at other times I'm just like, no, it's not fine. So I want to work on that kind of stuff, make it look better. Stream controlled DJ and disco lights. Yeah, probably not. What's funny though, like when Paul is here, Paul can attest to this. I usually have music cranking in here. Um, you know, I just put on Spotify or whatever and just let it rip. But since I started doing the streaming stuff, I kept getting dinged for, you know, copyrighted music, and it just got old. So I just stopped. When I'm streaming, I just don't play the music anymore. I'll probably use earbuds and rock out on my own, but I don't like wearing them. I have in-ear monitors for the band. I could probably use those, but they're pretty flat. I mean, it's a monitoring tool for, you know, when you're on stage. So they're pretty flat. Work around it using OBS. Well, okay, we'll see. If I end up having to put a laptop out here at some point or a dedicated machine, that will definitely be an option that I'll be investigating. So I said I was supposed to switch this time. So I'm just gonna start a taper going to that. But I'm not gonna go too far. I'll hit this side and then, oh, it's midnight. Hit this side. Now I'm going to switch to the flat die because it's less aggressive, because I don't really want to go too crazy with this yet. But I do want to taper it down. Because I think this one, I'm not going to put the transition in there. I think I'm going to leave that a somewhat hard transition, because I don't think the way this tool is going to be used, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but we'll see. We will see. I just, however, thought, no, that's plenty wide. Never mind. I was thinking for some reason that wasn't going to be big enough for the punch in, but it's plenty big. It's actually bigger than the other one, so I'm good. Hey, guys, can you guys hear the microphone or the? Can you hear that? I don't see the meters moving. I have a noise gate on here, so it might be cutting that out, unless I'm talking. Oh, okay, cool. All right. So yeah, I was worried that this wasn't going to be big enough for the punch in, but I think it's good. I do think it's good. I'm going to straighten that up a little bit. Keep this on a radius edge though. I don't want to introduce any more wonky than I need to. Yeah, that looks, I mean, just from the temperatures, that looks pretty solid. Feels pretty solid. So I think I'm golden there. It's mild still. It's easy to weld. Just get it really hot. It'll weld. It'll do it. Yeah, the hey dummies, it's time to stop alarm. That's totally what that is. I'll turn this off for now. You know what's funny is I actually came out here purely to do the railroad spike challenge thing, and then I was going to stop, and then I was like, well, I went through the trouble of getting the fire going, and there's a couple of things I've been wanting to do. These handles, for instance. I wanted to work on that hook for the anvil, get it closer, and then I cracked it, so I'm going to have to weld it tomorrow. a couple of things, and then I wanted to do another horse head. I was like, I'll just hang out and do the thing. And then we got to chit-chatting when Roy was on earlier about the silliness that people are going through with his video. You guys haven't seen that, by the way. Roy Adams basically was just kind of taking the myth, if you want to call it that, of preheating your anvil. He's kind of taking that to task. Okay, this is where it's getting a little tricky. So I'm going to tilt my hammer towards me, so that way I don't hit this, or I'm less likely to hit that. All right, so that's close to what I want. The lead-in taper anyways. This I'll bring down, but the lead-in here, I'm pretty good with. Yeah. So that's where I'm at. This side is the struck side. So the top die of the hammer will be coming down on this. This side is where the punch will be welded to. And the idea here is to keep the handle below the struck end so it's not getting hit by the hammer. We'll see. This idea might be completely dumb. You want to see the horse head? Let me switch this. Not my worst. He looks a little stuck up. This, on the other hand, that punching was terrible. So tomorrow, I'm gonna have to deal with that and finish that off. This will become a bottle opener. That's for certain. I don't have any doubt. It got off, and I knew I wanted to finish this too. So I'm not. What am I doing? I'm not. I got a power hammer, damn it. There's some things I don't mind doing by hand, and then there's other things where I'm like, you got a power hammer, dummy. Use it. Oh. You big dummy. I need to rearrange all these things. These tools are not, like, there's a rail spike in it. Get out of here. Can't tell. It sounded like the cat was coming back. Could be one of them damn coyotes, so. Could be. Don't know. Yeah, audio-wise on the stream, there's some things I want to tweak. Still, I'm not happy with how it sounds. I mean, it's not terrible, but it could be better. Let's come over here and bring this down. Whoa. Oh. All right. Oh, tastes good. Did you guys know that if you forge straight, it stays straight? I love saying that. I don't know why. It just seems so obvious. One of my favorite things, and I do it too, But one of my favorite things watching people on Power Hammer, man, is, and it's people that really should know better, in my opinion. You'll see them forging, and you'll see that damn thing just, woo, big banana, waves. It's just all over the place because, you know, they're just all over the place. Well, from an audio standpoint, I've got outboard gear for audio, which I'll probably end up using. Running all of that off the PC to do what I would want to do, that's a lot of horsepower, not to mention the streaming aspect of it. But yeah, and I've got a rack in storage that I need to go get. And it's like a quarter size rack, but it's a full size server rack. So I could definitely, because I'm not loading servers into the damn thing, I could actually load the front and back with gear. So I'd probably put all the audio on one side and then the other stuff on the other. But if that's something I end up doing, it's just going to be, I got to figure out a couple of things. None of it's a big deal. It's just, like I said, for me, it's what I do for a living. So I get very unmotivated to really dick with stuff like that when I'm not working. Which is funny because I used to not be that way. I used to, you know, dude, I was the kind of guy that would sit up until 3 a.m. working on work stuff or figuring out stuff for work or just furthering my education for things career related. And anymore, I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Smoke machines and disco lights. Dude, I got the ultimate smoke machine right here. This thing, if I throw some coal on here, man, we got the smoke. I got the smoke machine covered. How about disco lights? We'll see. Get some of that EDM stuff. No, it's the DMX stuff. I have a buddy, he's all into that kind of thing. He used to stream like, I thought this was the strangest thing. He's actually the guy that kind of told me about Twitch. I mean, I knew about it, but I didn't really pay much attention to it. But he was DJing on Twitch, and I was like, wait, what? People watch that? And he's like, yeah, man, it's awesome. Like, he was telling me about a buddy of his that she had like thousands of viewers on Twitch. I don't know if she still does that thing or not, but and it's basically like I don't know. I don't even know how to describe that. Like going to a rave but not leaving your house. It was weird. Not my cup of tea musically, but it was definitely interesting to watch. I was like, people will watch that? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, people will watch another person take a shit. So why not that too? Yeah, Roy Adams on YouTube, Christ-Centered Ironworks, he's got an RGB light, and then when people send in super chats, it changes colors based off the amount of money that they sent. So that's pretty cool. I mean, it's not over the top. I wouldn't want the over the top thing myself either. I'm too much of a simpleton for that. So this one's definitely shorter, but I want to try it. We'll see. That is not in plane with this, so I'll definitely want to fix that. But the handle and the lead in, well, that could be better. It's a little squarish, but I mean, I'm prototyping here, damn it. That could be better though. Let me take these corners back down, make sure everything is relatively equal. All right. So it's got a little kick in it. I'll fix that real quick and then twist that back into line. Probably do that first. GIF overlays, goofy dancing stuff, chef's kiss. Yeah, see, that's all stuff that, I mean, I get it. Like in the Twitch world, that's a thing. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, it's for me, it's more, that starts getting into the realm of work and things I'm not interested in doing. Just because this is what I like to be able to just come out, set up the cameras, and go. And I want the forging to be the star of the show. Well, I almost burnt that off. I tried really hard to burn that off, but it'll twist. I'm not going to try to move the camera so you can see me. Just know I am twisting. Just know. Just trying to get this in the same plane. But yeah, all that's just way fancier than I'm not. I get it though. I mean, I don't, but I get it, kind of a thing. You know what I mean? Like I understand from that community. That's like a thing. I mean, that's when I first got on Twitch and started seeing that stuff. I was like, what in the world? I mean, I'm still kind of to a degree. So like, what the hell is going on? Like, this stuff will just start happening. I'm like, what the hell just happened? But yeah, I get it. I mean, and it adds some fun. I think with the commands too, like what you've got, where people can issue those commands. It adds a little bit of interaction, and I do like that aspect of it. But one of the things I'm going to start trying, I want to get the text-to-speech thing working. I'm going to heat that up before I beat on it. I want to get the text-to-speech thing working a little bit better. Well, working, period. So I'm going to play with that a little bit tomorrow. See if I can figure it out why it's not working. Because it worked when I tested it, but now it's not. So I want to figure that out. And then once I kind of get that sorted, I want to focus more on forging and less reading, which I feel like I'm doing a lot of. I'm constantly having to check the comments to read it. And my goal is to showcase forging. Not that I'm like any guru by any stretch of that imagination, but it just seems to me like lately, especially on YouTube, it's just a shortage of focus on good forge work. You know, I mean, there's only so many times I can watch a guy tell you that a certain technique is more efficient and better, and then they proceed to beat on the flats of their anvil. Like, well, why would you do that? You just said. You just said. So I'm going to get this hot down here. I'm just going to eyeball where I want to cut it. Like I said, prototyping. If the pad provides what I'm looking for and this works out, then what I'll do is focus more on the handle pieces of it all in the end. I got to forge a couple new punches too. Okay. Yeah, that, yeah, that's cool. I'm not gonna do it, but that's cool. And like, um, I'm not. I have no delusions that a fat old, 50-year-old dude rambling on a stream is gonna make me millions or something. I'm not gonna be the next Alex Steele. I don't want to be. And part of the reason I'm doing this is because Alex Steele no longer really does this. There was a time when he did, but then there was a time when he decided that he would rather make a living on YouTube than forge. And to be honest, I don't begrudge him for that. He's a young man, and I'm sure he came to the realization fairly quickly that blacksmiths do not make a lot of money. They don't. We just don't. I'm not into this to make mad cash or anything like that. Sorry, I was going to cut this and then realized there was a couple things I wanted to fix. So now it looks more better. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think Alex Steele's a good-looking guy. It's all fit and trim. Got that sexy British accent that the girls like. But yeah, I don't have any delusions in that regard. It's not even something it's not a thing for me, which is an odd statement coming from a dude in a band that gets up on stage and plays. But even that, right? Like, the music we played does not attract a lot of women. And most of the women we attract to our shows kind of look like me. So it's a rare day when you get a hot chick, and I'm married, but it's a rare day that you get a hot chick in the venue. And when she shows up, there's 400 dudes all getting thirsty with her. Well, I have at least a lady queued up. I told her if she ever leaves me, I'll be in the shop because I ain't moving this shit again. Ain't gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. I think that's good. Oh, you might want to watch that. All right. Exciting stuff watching a person cut a bar. Yeah, we're not gonna pour another. Holy shit, dude. That was crazy. Yeah, we're definitely not doing that again. Well, not for that hammer. Maybe another one sometime. I loved how annoyed Kurt got with me when I started talking about getting John's Nazel 4B. Like, he was like legitimately like, why? What is wrong with you? You don't need that. Why would you go get that? Dude, need? What are you talking about? Need has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. So I'm gonna lay this one. This is a little shorter than the other one, but I like the pad on it. Let me show you. This one should be cold enough to grab. This one is not. So this one's got a significant height difference over this one, obviously. But it's also a little shorter. I think that's going to be fine now. We'll see. But this is the side where the top die would come down, the punch would be on this side. And the idea is to keep the handle clear of the die so that that's not becoming an issue. Because what I found was every time it would hit the handle, it would flex it, and then you get enough of that and it's just going to break off. So I'm just trying to eliminate that to a degree. We'll see. Might not work worth a damn. Yeah, we're not moving the Murray. Clifton is staying where Clifton is. Let me grind this, and I'm going to do one. I'm not going to make the actual. You know what? Let me mute you real quick. So earlier I had upset that end and then worked it back into itself to give me what I wanted. I'm not doing that again. Just took it to the grinder, done. Problem solved. Okay, get it back. I really need to work on those edges in that Hardy. But yeah, grinder, done. So I do want to see if I can not forge down that jaw as much on this one. So I'm going to switch over. I don't think I need a glove right now. I'll switch this over. I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to come over here and get a swiggage of water. How is the image on the Anvil camera? Like, is there enough in focus that you can tell what's happening? Can you really see what's happening? I'm really trying to focus on the edges. A little warm, but that's okay. I'm really trying to focus on the edges. Right about there. Right about there. I think I like it. So, well. Yeah, and Paul, since you're there, I would ask you to think about what I can do other than light, which I've got. I should have some lights tomorrow. What I can do to make the Anvil shot better. Like, I mean, just looking at it now, it feels like I could raise it up a bit. So maybe I just do that right now while I'm not going to burn my horse. Let me finish this real quick. So I need to even this out a little bit. That's good. But yeah, think about what from a camera standpoint, like if you're seeing anything that I could do outside of lighting, what I could do to work on, maybe more inline. See, well, I can do that, I think. Let me scooch this way. And then the first thing I want to do is raise this up a little bit. Not that much. I'm trying to not hit buttons while I do this. Whoop. I'm going to do this. And like that, you think? So, this is kind of funny. Let me get this. I don't burn it. Looks like I'm probably not in focus anymore. So I think the horse needs to go. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Let me put that. I don't think it's in focus anymore. So I've been using a battery, and I set it where I do the most work, and then I come and check and see if it's in focus enough that you can read it. No, you definitely can't read that. There we go. Yeah, that should. Have they always been there? Display. Has that been there the whole time? I think I might have hit a button when I was doing a thing. All right. This side or this side? I like this side better. So I will need nose punch again. Not that. Probably will need that eventually, but eye punch. Fuller. Round fuller. How'd the chisel go? There it is. Found it. Oh, I'm going to get a glove on this time. So, this side or this side? It was this side. See if we can make him, oh, I'm burning, less condescending this time. Oh man, I did not mean to do that, but I did it. It's hard to see. That's the other thing. Like, it's hard. He's got a big ass mouth. Um, the way these lights are in here, I thought originally it was going to be fine, but it when I stand over something, I cast a shadow, and then I can't see what I'm actually doing. And it's become a problem. So I think what I'm going to do is end up mounting some side fill lights over off this wall over here to kind of wash that out, hopefully. We'll see. And then I got, like I said, I got lights coming tomorrow, and I'm thinking it might also help. The problem is I think that light would serve me best over here, and I don't have a lot of room over there to do that with. Yeah, the lights I ordered come with light stands. I don't know how robust they are, so might end up at some point replacing them, but that's okay. Something is better than nothing at this point. And this dude's mouth is way crazy. Yeah, there we go. I like this eyeball. I like it. Oh, hey, that's hot. Nose punch. This guy's got a big ass mouth though. There we go. Now I got a nose. I'm gonna hit this mouth back here, hopefully. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. And then I need to get a little more heat so I can define his mane. I want to make, for the fair, I want to make a mane chisel, with like kind of like we do for the seashell. That way, for the fair, for doing those, not fullering it, because that takes a lot of extra time. We can then just kind of boom, 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 and then kind of go over it like a texturing tool. I don't think that would be too hard to make. Make it like a half inch wide or so. So now I need to do this ear. Let's see if I can not screw this up this time. Oh yeah, I like it. Kinda. There's like a double hit in there. I gotta see if I can fix it. There we go. All right. I should be able to find all of those. And the idea behind that being is like, yeah, you can chisel in a mane, but honestly, is that really any faster? Because I feel like when you chisel the mane, you got to do a lot more chisel lines to really, fill that in. Is that really any faster? I don't know. I mean, I guess I could try. I'm not going to do it now, obviously, because I already started the fullers, but I just don't. I don't know that buys you anything. However, now if we had a texture tool, where you could just come out and boom, 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 you know, like 3 or 4 hits, and it does it. I think that could be golden. We'll see. It could be my $1 million idea. Could be. Probably won't be. Let's see if I can do this without catching myself on fire. I can feel you, but I can barely feel you. I think I'm going to do one more flooring heat. But I'm digging it so far. Digging it, man. Digging it. And then I'm going to start wrapping up after this because I realized what time it was. Like an idiot. I'm staying up way too late again. But one of the things I want to do, I need to forge more punches. I've been happy with the results from those punches so far. So I think it's just narrowing down the handle piece of it. And then start working on the additional tooling for doing tools. So I'm going to do a half on, half off here, and here, lighter, and a little lighter. And just trying to clean up the lines. You can see like there was a chop mark in there. At that point, I'm just trying to clean that up. Okay, I don't need any of these guys right now. His mouth is still stupid long now. I'm gonna mark this with my ball fuller. So that's where we're at, right? And then see the cheek. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and get it hot. That's where that cheek is. And then we'll compare it again. I should do that side by side. Do one and then not run the ball fuller on the cheek, and then do one where I do it and then have them side by side. Is a good comparison. It's kind of funny. You can tell which side I typically lay my hammer down on, which is this side typically, because it's got the more shine on it. This one gets laid down this way too sometimes, but for whatever reason, I typically do it this way. Don't know why. I just don't know. Okay. That came with a little bit of coal. All right, so I'm going to clean this up while I'm here. And then I'm going to try something that I saw on a video. It probably makes no sense, but I'm going to do it anyways because, damn it, that's my video. All right, so that's where I'm at with him now. Or her, whatever you want to be. I had somebody one time say something about that, calling it a him or a her, and then Well, how did you know? I was like, I don't know. It's an inanimate object that I just forged so I can make it whatever I want. How about that? How about that shit? So, thing I saw. It probably makes no sense to do what I'm about to do, but I'm going to do it. You know why? Because again, you have the one from earlier. No, I took the ball forward to that one too. But let's see. Oh yeah, that actually helps. Helps get that scale off of there. All right. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. I'm gonna switch to the other camera. What I didn't do on this one is I didn't take this one as far. The cheek. Like I could have pulled this cheek down a little bit more, but I don't know. I feel like that's a good proportion. You see how much further his mouth came back though? That was an accident. But no, overall, happy with the horse. I mean, it's a horse head. I should be, to be quite honest, I should be much better at these by now. But this is something I want to stay working on. I'm not going to work on like hundreds of them a night, each night or anything. But it's something I want to work on, at least once a week or so. Just knock one out. That way, when it comes time for the fair, in theory, I should be able to bang them out pretty quick at that point. Yeah, that's the chisel I was looking for earlier. If I'd have used that chisel, I wouldn't have had that giant mouth. I'm blaming the chisel, yes. But yeah, Paul, if you can think of things that can overall be better, I mean, feel free, please, let me know. Yeah, hell, it might be something that, next time you come out, we set this stuff up and you can be like the model or something, and I'll just play with stuff until we get it and figure out where I want things. Yeah, I mean, always try to make it better. Sometimes that doesn't work out. So, sometimes they're way worse. So like, at this point, I feel like Paul's the only one left. So it's preaching to the choir. But typically what I try to do every night when I'm done is clean my forge out. So that way when I come out tomorrow, I'm not having to clean my forge out. I can just start a fire and rock and roll. I don't, which is funny, I do not clean up after myself in so many other realms, but I tend to do it here, which is strange. I think it's because I started doing it. Like I started out this way. So it's just been a thing I've done ever since I started forging with coal and or coke. And it's not, I mean, Brian and Ed mostly, this wasn't like a thing they had me do or anything like that. Ed showed me the trick about cleaning the fire pot itself. But like I was always at Goshen, I was always the guy that in the morning, I wanted to get my fire going when we came into class. So like if we had a Friday, Saturday, Sunday class, for instance, right? Friday night, I would come out, I would pick my spot and then do whatever forging I was doing that night. And then when we were done, typically, not all the time, but typically I'd clean my pot out so I could be ready to start fresh first thing in the morning. So I usually would be the first person that had their forge lit every day, you know, for classes. And it doesn't mean shit. You still got to wait for everybody, but there is the added benefit that we could daisy chain fires. So if I got in and got started right away, we could daisy chain the rest of the fires off of my fire. Some guys don't like to do that, and I appreciate that because I was never a big fan of that myself. I always like to start my own fire just because it was practice, right? You know, I just wanted to practice. So I didn't get all the anthracite out, and I can tell because I can see some of that clinker in there. The way it just breaks up, it just like, it's so weird. The clinker from anthracite is just sucks. That's all I can say about that. It sucks. A lot of dust in here though. But yeah, I like to get my fire cleaned out, my fire pot cleaned out. And then Ed showed me the cool trick of being able to use a mop, which I don't think I'll be able to do because it's sitting frozen inside of a bucket right now. We'll see if I can get it free. But he showed me that, and I was like, oh man, that's pretty sweet. Now it looks like a cleaning service came through. But it also helps get all this damn dust off the forge. So I moved this, you guys can't see it, but maybe, no, not really. I moved the spatula back and forth, dragging the bigger pieces of coke, and then let the dust fall out underneath, and then that leaves most of the dust in the fire pot and doesn't put it back on the table. I do not like all this dust on my table. Paul and I we will go through here and clean these tables out. It seems like every couple of weeks, and it's just like, good Lord, what in the hell? Some guys don't mind it though. I'm not amongst them. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on here. Oh yeah, this doesn't need to be on anymore. And this damn thing, I gotta unplug it because the power switch is doo-doo. Yep, there's that piece right there. I can see it, I think. I can get a hold of it. There we go. There we go. Got it. Yeah, we'll go through here and clean this dust out. And it's like, good God. And the other table, it's not that it's a bigger table, so it holds a lot more fuel. And it just gets completely covered in dust. Take it easy, man. So I'm going to see if I can get my rag out of here. It does not look like it's coming out willingly, so that does not look like a thing I'll be doing tonight, which is fine. It's mostly out. So anyways, I'm going to start shutting down myself. So for those that stuck around, thanks. I'm gonna, let's see, we don't need this guy on anymore. Yeah, we're not using this camera. this, all this, and all that. I don't know if anybody's actually left. I doubt it. I did not mean for this to be such a long stream, to be honest. It was supposed to be like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I was going to go not forward, but I couldn't help myself. This thing is almost at 5 hours. 5 hours of shenanigans. So, I am putting this stuff away. This will be another nice thing to have done at some point is where some of this stuff ends up long term. Because right now it usually, depending on the weather, I'll take it back inside. But I got cases for everything now, at least, so it all fits within 2 hard shell cases. The Apache 4800 that I got from Harbor Freight. How's that go? Hashtag not sponsored. I paid full price. But they're great cases for the money. I think they were like $50. So, yeah, it is pretty handy. I enjoy having those here because it makes this whole streaming thing so much easier to deal with. You know, I just come out, pull cameras out of the box, and then set them on the tripods and connect cables and wires and such. And away I go. And it takes me, at this point, I don't know. I would say it takes me probably 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get everything set up and ready to go. And during that time, I'm letting my fire come up to heat. Typically, the last week I did not. I completely forgot. Well, I didn't forget. What happened was I had to make dinner, and I forgot to start the fire. I did forget, so I did forget, but I didn't forget, kind of a thing. Does that make any sense? Probably doesn't make any damn sense. This thing, I don't know. But anyways, it takes, let's say 30 minutes. And in that time, before I start setting up, what I'll do is I'll get my fire going. And then I'll let that fire kind of naturally and slowly come up to working temperatures. And then I'm ready to use it. And then by that time, I'm ready to actually, I'm all set up to stream whatever I'm about to do. And then tear down is probably, I don't know. Feels like it takes less time to tear down. Depends on how many people are around. Sometimes I start talking to them, and then I lose track of what I'm up to. But it is what it is. I'm not going to do that tonight, though. I'm going to start shutting this all down, and I appreciate everybody that came out, and I will definitely be back on tomorrow.